All right. Welcome to the public board meeting of May 27th, 2025. As we begin, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Indigenous peoples of the Treaty 7 region and Métis Nation of Alberta. We respect the histories, languages, and cultures of First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and all First Peoples of Canada whose presence continues to enrich our community. All right, first we have our consent agenda. We have one item on our consent agenda, and that is the Boundary Alignment Committee. Is there any trustee wanting to pull the report from consent agenda? All right, seeing no action for that, we're moving to the approval of the agenda. One amendment I will make. I'm not changing an item, but I'm amending an item, and that's just going to be 11.4. It says draft GSE policy, and I would like that to be amended to draft growth, supervision, and evaluation policy. I think it's important that people know what that acronym stands for. So, Tina, if that could be changed when able, I would appreciate that. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Allison, those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right, number 5, approval of minutes. If there are no errors or omissions in the minutes of the regular meeting of April 29, 2025, it is recommended that the minutes be approved by the board and signed by the chair. Allison.
For item 5, for the second one in regards to approval of the minutes of the special meeting of April 15th. The order of those two motions are backwards. So the motion, the one that was defeated was actually done first, and then the one that was carried was done second.
Thank you, Allison. We'll confirm that with our video, and then we'll have that amended. Anyone else? Okay, I'm looking for a motion to approve, please. Christina, those in favor? And that's carried. All right, the minutes of the special meeting of the board of May 13th, 2025. Are there any corrections or amendments that need to be made? Allison.
So the meeting started at 3:02, and I do know that Jenny Steed did arrive late, but that she actually did vote on item number 1, but I don't see her name in the listing of those that voted on that item.
On the approval of the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Jenny, do you recall?
I walked in as a vote was being made and said, what did I just vote in favor of? That's what I recall.
Okay. Then we'll have that reflected. Thank you. Are there any other amendments that need to be made?
It's an irresponsible vote by me.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion to approve, please. Andrea, those in favor? And that is carried. There is no business arriving from the minutes, and so we'll move to number 7, Associate Superintendent Reports, 7.1, Business and Operations. Christine.
Okay, thank you very much. Lots going on the facilities front. So we were able to have our kickoff meeting on the new K-5 elementary school for the south end of West Lethbridge, which was announced in the 2025 budget. We received planning money, and so we had a kickoff meeting with Alberta Infrastructure and Alberta Education to talk about the project. The planning funds were used by Alberta Infrastructure to do, that will be a site assessment, suitability activities, doing some geotechnical and that sort of thing, and traffic assessments. Currently, we are still pinning down a site for this school. The city is working on that. We are narrowing in on a site where they're working with the developer, and then there'll be a process to go through an outline amendment should that piece of land be selected. And but once we get through that initial saying this is the site and the approvals with the developer, then we can start getting Alberta Ed doing those site assessments and things like that. LCI modernization engagement session. So we received pre-planning funds from the government, and we were able to hold an engagement session with LCI. We had 40 participants in attendance. That includes staff, students, parents, and that was really exciting. We had some trustees and administration. We had 4 tables of groups that were discussing questions on what do you appreciate about the school, what aspects do you think aren't really working for the school, and what features would you see in a new or renovated school. And those conversations will inform a report by our consultants, GAA Architecture, and they're also doing, they did walkthroughs of the school and looking at the site, and will make some recommendations on what potentially a modernization might look like in place for that. And so we're hopefully to have some more engagement in the fall once we have that initial report. So that was really good. West Cooley Station, it was right at the beginning of the month. It was so exciting to go over to the school with the staff of West Cooley Station. The teachers got an opportunity to see their classrooms and to select where they want their teaching stations, because technology needs to make sure they've got the right connections. They were taking selfies and they were all excited, and they were just lighting up every time they turned the corner. And when they turned the corner on, of course, my favorite space, the grand staircase and the gathering space, they were just lighted. And so it was kind of fun to see. So it's always nice to see when you have your baby, which is one of my babies, and the staff going in, they're excited about it. So that's good. It's a big school. When we get a chance to get you out there, it's pretty impressive. Galbraith modernization, we're still working through the planning. This is it's going to be a long project. It's a very complicated project. They're currently doing some assessment on structural assessments on the various buildings, particularly our 113-year-old heritage building, just to make sure that when we do the modernization, that the structural foundations will hold the new loads. And so they're doing that study right now. But as I kept saying to the consultant, she's been around for 113 years. She's not going anywhere. But I'm not a professional. That was my assessment. Finance, we had the budget yesterday, so we don't need to talk about that. But again, thank you for everybody who was involved in a most very challenging budget. And I think it was commented by Andrea yesterday that I had commented, this was one of the most challenging budgets that I've seen in my 26 years. And sadly, it is my last budget. And, I was hoping for a really fabulous budget on my way out, but maybe there's good things still yet to come. So, but thank you for everybody who participated. Technology, we are really, we are so blessed that we have such talented students in our division. Bow Valley College took the torch from Lethbridge School Division, who held the first Alberta Esports conference last year, championships last year, and Bow Valley College in Calgary, who's established their own esports program this year, hosted the Alberta Esports Championships with the support of our technology team. We provided some equipment and some technical guidance and support, and so we were considered a sponsor. So it didn't cost us money, but we did provide that expertise. And then we had students go, and our students did really, really well with our LCI players receiving first for Valorant, second place in Rocket League, and we had some top 7 and top 16 finishes in Smash Brothers. And so very exciting to see our students do so well and so engaged in that. Transportation, really just an update from last time that the School Travel Planning and Safe Pathways to School initiative keeps growing. We now have 6 additional elementary schools who have joined on from Lethbridge School Division. I believe there's 12 now between us and Holy Spirit. that have been newly signed on. And so it's really good to see this uptick because it is really identifying ways that our students can walk to school and get to school safely. And then occupational health and safety, just wanted to highlight, we like to highlight what we post in our health and safety corner of the division dispatch. And this month we did, Rebecca Adamson wrote an article for us on if you don't have SEVA, what can you do? And SEVA is training for our teachers and our educational professionals who deal with who work with students on a regular basis who may sometimes get dysregulated, and it's for the safety of the students and of course the staff, that training to and so if you don't, many of our staff who work in our schools do not have a role that's directly with students that may get dysregulated, but you want to be able to support them in a way that's safe for them and you and yourself if you encounter them in the hall. And so she wrote a lovely article on if you are you're seeing someone who's dysregulated, what you can do to actually support that student, even if it's not your role. And so that was really important information to have. And again, I wanted to highlight our registration now open and our campaign to encourage students that Lethbridge School Division is a great place to be and that they should be registering for our schools for the fall. That's it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Christine? Andrea.
Your report's always so exciting when I hear about the grand staircase. I just feel so happy about it because, as I said before, that was one of our first things that we got to do was help to look at how that school should look. I wanted to thank you for putting the concerns and wins about the budget in, and thank you and Avis for taking us through such a difficult budget. I think it was brilliant to put the SEVA tips in. When I reread them, I think they're important for everybody visiting schools, and so thank you for doing that. And I know you talked quite a bit about LCI, but were there some specifics that parents, students, trustees were looking for in this school, and maybe what were some of the things that they wanted to have maintained, because it is such a special place. It's the first place I went to school in Lethbridge.
Yeah, well, to answer your second question, I think overwhelmingly it was recognized. What's really great about LCI is its unique character. It's unique character and its heritage. It's not just a box, right? It's got a lot of history and character. The facade, it's got that old front, just like Galbraith has that old front facade, that history. It has such rich history, and so that was really important for people to hold on to. Features, they want, they like many, they want a new gym. They need a new gym. They need a bigger gym. They want to be able to host really good tournaments. So have that space, spaces for students to gathering spaces, security measures like better office placement, sight lines, not as much of a maze, those sort of things. Performing arts space. The school doesn't have its own really dedicated performing arts space that's enough to hold a significant amount of participants and things like that. And so those were some of the pieces they were looking for. They actually came very prepared. They came with lists. They came with pictures. They did a study a few years back, and they came with that information to the engagement session. So this group was engaged, and it was fabulous. And everybody was feeding off of each other, and it was actually a lot of energy in the evening, and it was really well done by the group.
Thank you. It's an exciting time for LCI. Thank you.
Craig.
Yes, I was excited about the work being done on West Cooley Station, and you mentioned that we get to tour it sometime.
Yeah, we can probably when we get closer, maybe might be in end of June. We'll see if we can find a time, or in the summer sometime. Maybe we get possession in July. July 7th is the scheduled date now for possession, and then they'll be actively getting the floors waxed and cleaned and getting the furniture put together and stuff. It's a very short window. It's kind of a little bit nerve wracking, but we've been here before and we've got it done. So I have no qualms that it will get done. So yeah, I don't know if we can see if there's a time that works, maybe we can get you in there to see it. But right now it's still a boots zone. So until it's not a boot zone anymore, I can't take you through.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your report, Christine. Next, we have Instructional Services Report. Morag.
As you can see from the report, we have been rocking it upstairs in instructional services and actually the middle floor and the basement. We have kind of taken over the whole ed center. Busy doing staffing as well as assurance work, working on budgets. Just want to really say thank you to the entire instructional services leadership team and the work they've done in brainstorming and coming up with efficiencies for budget. And then, of course, end of year events. We all look forward to those. And we just had our liaison school memo that we get to go and watch awards at our schools in June. I can't believe June is here. Kind of exciting. So a few things to just share and celebrate for poverty intervention. The Tim Horton Smile campaign did raise over $70,000 to support vulnerable students within Lethbridge School Division. Just a very special thank you to Ann Kish and Deanna Presley-Roberts, who organized volunteers and got us out decorating cookies. And thank you to those of you who decided to imbibe in the sugary morsels. Really appreciate that money, and I know poverty intervention will benefit hugely from that donation. It is the time of year Connect for Wellness. Our mental health capacity building team does this really great postcard campaign where we just spread joy around the division, gratitude and praise sent out to people that are special to us. And over 5,000 postcards have been sent out to date. So in the last 2 years, I believe, we're in fifth consecutive year. There we go. 5 years that we've been doing this initiative, and people sort of put these postcards around their rooms, and it spreads a lot of joy at a time of year when maybe our tank's running a little less than full. Our Inclusive Education Parent Advisory Committee had our first meeting. It was a very positive meeting, started to talk about just what ideas and concepts or concerns parents might have, and look forward to sharing more there once we have our 2 final spots filled by our EAP and kindergarten parents in the fall. The next meeting will take place in October. Carly Ramatowski has really rocked coming into early education portfolio. We've got 149 children pre-registered for early ed. Our kinder care registrations, we've got 7 families registered at Senator Buchanan, 19 at Nicholas Sharon. And as per the request from the board, we've had advertisements galore out on the radio and social media promoting, and just thank you to Carly for being creative and pounding the pavement and really cheering on our early education programs and building interest. Lots of off-campus dual credit work experience activities too have been going on. We had our What Happens Next night at the Polytech that was supporting dual credit. That was on May 27th. Special thank you to Andrew Kroll, Darren Gibson, Tony Magnuson, Sarah Ronson, and Tracy Taylor for the work they did in tandem with Southland. They always are such a tremendous support to our community and to our schools. I believe we had, over 200 people attend that night. So was just very well received, all about rap. And we had kids from grade 7 upward attending that event. Careers Next Generation tomorrow, we have our grade 12 rap recognition barbecue over at Legacy Park. That will be a really neat and fun opportunity for those grade 12 students who need to be recognized and celebrated for the great work they've done with our rap and apprenticeship programs. And one last thing, because I think it is really important, you mentioned Bow Valley College. I had an opportunity to go to Bow Valley College because I've heard all about esports. I've heard all about the dual credit experiences related to technology, but I haven't had a chance to see any of them because Jesse has really championed that. And I got to go to that campus and I was absolutely rocked at what experiences our kids or students in general have going to an e-sport program or coding program, or like, my mind went like this. If that was what college would have offered me in my time, I'll show you pictures later, with like reclining chairs and collaborative workspaces, and just so different from sitting in the lecture theater in the arts building at U of A and listening to Rock Wally lecture 400 kids about stuff in a textbook. Like, just phenomenal. And I thought, well, if we don't support more of these really amazing experiences for students, they just don't see it, right? And so, yeah, it was just a great experience. And Jesse was definitely talked about a couple times. He's really connected with Bow Valley, and he's made a great name for our school division and esports and our kids. So, yeah, just want to say well done, Jesse. That's all.
Thank you so much, Maureen. Craig?
The dual credit thing, that's actually happening tonight, isn't it? May 27th?
Yes, that one is, yeah.
So our board meeting needs to be over early so we can go look at it? All right.
Noted. Any other questions? Andrea?
Thank you for highlighting KinderCare and for the great advertising. That's awesome. And for highlighting Connect for Wellness. I think it's so fun to send the postcards. The smile cookies, that is amazing to have $70,000. Wow. I can't say I decorated any, but I did eat a fair number of them. And I know Alyssa bought a class set for her class, so and took a picture with them in front of the kids' faces. And I appreciate you talking about how many early education community connection meetings that happen. And could you tell us a little bit more about the Lethbridge Polytechnic Early Childhood Advisory Committee and our liaison with them?
I could not,
Okay.
but I can get information for you.
Okay, yeah, there's just so many that are attended. That's awesome. Thank you.
Allison?
I had the opportunity to attend the Intro to the Trades, the dual credit presentation session, where we had some of your staff, Andrew and Sarah, were both there to congratulate the students from our division that were participated. And I think just to hear their stories and to know that the work that our staff do to ensure that those opportunities exist for our students they learned, I think, 9 or 12 different trades that they got to explore from February through to beginning of May. And it was such a great opportunity, and to see them potentially have opportunities for employment after that is great, and those wrap opportunities. So thank you to your staff for all the work that they did, and to the students from our division that were able to have the opportunity that existed for them.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Maureen, for your reports. Next, we'll move on to Human Resources. Robbie?
Good, thank you. I'll quickly cover some of the highlights. You'll notice that teacher sublist tends to swing up and down at times, and we're on the upswing. Take that opportunity to shout out a big welcome to some of our new grads who have hit the ground running and have entered our sublist for the remainder of the school year. And so we wish them all the best of luck and welcome them to Lethbridge School Division. Additionally, we have offered some professional learning to all staff. It's Tiny Habits based on a book. Dr. Rick Gilson, who was previously Executive Director for Southern Alberta Professional Development Consortia, is offering this 2-part series. And we had the first one earlier in May, and the next one will be tomorrow. And it's really nice to see a diverse number of staff across the division, from caretaking staff, education center staff, counseling teachers, administrators. So it's a nice group, and looking forward to our 2nd part series tomorrow evening. I'll our staffing, our support staffing is getting underway and will be incredibly busy in June, but in our Human Resources Department, along with our Director of Inclusive Education, they've been very active and busy having conversations with all of our administrators and working on some of those staffing allocations in preparation for staffing in June for support staff. Our ATA Working Conditions Committee, we have a subcommittee meeting that will take place in June. The subcommittee work was to revamp or reestablish our induction, our new teacher induction program, and bringing back the mentorship component. And that is kind of all encompassing with our staff well-being and how we take care of our new teachers coming into the profession. So we're reintroducing that mentorship program. So we're excited to do that work with our ATA Working Conditions group. Staff recognition, June is coming up. It's a very exciting time for staff recognition, so we'll be excited to be looking at our Friends of 51. 32 community partners will be recognized with awards at schools, school assemblies in May and June. A huge shout out to our Friends of 51. Important collaboration and partnerships. Most definitely want to honor those. And our Years of Service Awards will be coming up as we look at heading out to schools. Everybody in this room, I'm sure, will be heading out to schools for years of service to honor those staff members that have been with us for those milestones, 5, 10, and all the way up to 40 years. Our newsletter continues to get lots of views, and we continue to take feedback on how we can improve it and things that we can include to support staff across the division. And what else can I say? A huge part of our wellness, CUPE, ratifying our new collective agreements and retroactive pay already issued on May 15th. I think that sums up my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Are there any questions for Robbie? Andrea.
Thank you for your report. And I just wanted to bring appreciation to you for the internal round for continuing teachers. I had teachers come and say how much they appreciated that, because I think it's so healthy when teachers are able to move schools. So thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Andrea. This year was actually an incredible year to offer that opportunity, given West Cooley and the number of teachers that were provided an opportunity for moving to the new school. So thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to 8.1, Assurance Priorities Report. Mike.
Sure, thank you. And I'll hit a couple of highlights, and then as always, if you have questions, I will echo Christine's comments about the LCI modernization. I happened to be there, and LCI was actually my first teaching job, so it holds a special place in my heart. And my original plan was to kind of float around the room and listen to all the different tables, but I ended up sitting at a table with some community members and staff members, and we just had such a great conversation about, the good aspects of the building, the areas for improvement, and certainly would agree, heard a lot of people really the unique aspects of that building and the desire to keep that. And and I would agree it was a very hopeful, exciting conversation. So thanks to everyone who came out. Also just wanted to a quick note on the Division AI Committee that Jesse's been leading. Really appreciate that and the work that he's done. I haven't been super involved, but I've been able to pop in, and I can tell you they're really engaged in the work. So that's been really good. And then kind of continuing along, Indigenous student achievement. Our Indigenous graduation ceremony that we had was fantastic as always, and the Indigenous Ed team worked incredibly hard, and the team at Churchill as well. And so a great celebration of our students. Very, very proud of them and the work that they've done through the course of the year. And then another thing, like to congratulate Nicholas Sharon Elementary School. They were honored with the Betty Grigg Inclusive Education Award for 2025, and there was a gala that was held, so that was pretty cool and very, very exciting for them. We were very, very happy, and I know they were tickled and were nominated by a member of the community, so pretty exciting. And then just wanted to highlight Jody Babke, curriculum support teacher, and Michaela Demers doing the curriculum deep dive sessions. We know those have been had a positive impact and been well received by folks who have been part of them. So appreciate that work. And then also wanted to highlight Richard Sala and the work that he does. Richard is just such a community connector. You see him here in the office connecting with families all the time, in schools, connecting with kids, just really does a good job. So always appreciated. And then I just wanted to, Robbie mentioned it, so I won't belabor it, but just wanted to give a shout out to the Tiny Habits professional learning opportunity. I know they had a really good turnout on, I think it was a Friday afternoon, wasn't it?
Wednesday?
A Wednesday evening, okay. Yeah, so really appreciate that, and just another example of the commitment of the HR team, of the, certainly of the division of the board, to making sure that we're supporting staff wellness. So that's it for me on assurance priorities, unless there's specific questions.
Thank you so much, Mike. Are there any questions? Andrea?
Thank you for keeping us up to date on the early education numbers as we're registering. That's exciting to see children coming in. And I also wanted to thank you for being at so many events. It's so nice to see you at all of the grads and shaking hands. And yes, like you had 2 grads last week, and it's really meaningful to the kids to have you there. And so I just wanted to thank you for always showing up at events.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's one of the favorite parts of the role for sure, getting to share in the accomplishments with our kids and our community. So pretty awesome.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mike, for your reports.
Thank you.
And you can just keep on going to 8.2, donations and support.
Yeah, we'll keep rolling. And again, I've always said this, but you know, the support we get in our school communities is incredible. And you know, $7,500 for Senator Joyce's band program, like just another awesome example of how our kids get supported and how our community wraps around. And you know, I'll mention again the Smile Cookie campaign, just incredible results, and the excitement that created. And certainly appreciate everyone who was involved in that, and Tim Hortons for leading that for us. Just fantastic. So great stuff. We're very fortunate. Then we'll get into acknowledgements of excellence. Another fun one to do. The first one, Coalbanks. Boy, big changes for Coalbanks Elementary School next year. An exciting part of their journey, a difficult part as well. It's going to be hard losing the Spanish program, but a really exciting opportunity as well. And you know, one of the things when I think of Coalbanks is that real connection and passion that the community has. And in it talks about the year-end barbecue for their school community. If you ever go to their year-end barbecue, you would be amazed at how many people were there. And the staff are flipping burgers and preparing meals just because they want to show the community how much they care. And Colby the Cobra is one of my favorite mascots, and Colby's usually out there hanging out with the kids, that sort of thing. So you'll see it does talk about what the Cobra part, the acronym, stands for. So yeah, really strong connection with the community for sure. And then a really strong focus you can see on the foundational aspects of learning, literacy and numeracy intervention right in there. And they believe very much in working with all students, but really that targeted learning for kids that are experiencing some struggles or maybe just need a little boost up. Then Wilson Middle School. You know, I usually talk about, and you can see this in Wilson Middle School, the diversity of experiences that our kids get in middle school is exceptional, and I would say second to none. And Wilson is a great example of that. You can see fine arts in here, you can see athletics, you can see academics, you know, all those sorts of things. New curriculum, field trips, bringing in guest speakers, and then the cultural showcase that they do. There's another great example of just making sure that we have a welcoming and safe and caring environment. And of course, you know, at the end of the year, they're going to have their annual Grade 8 Fun Day and say goodbye to their Grade 8s. And I know that's also always a bittersweet moment for them because they really care deeply and connected with their kids. And they're excited to see them going on and advancing in their journey. So yeah, that's it on the acknowledgements of excellence. Certainly very fortunate to have such great schools. And then we'll get into graduations and year-end celebrations. I know we have one typo, Senator Joyce Fairburn Middle School, that should be June 25th, I believe. for the service awards, not June 15th. June 15th is a Sunday, so that would be a little bit of an odd time to do the service awards, although you never know, because I was putting it in my calendar. I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure we're not doing that on a Sunday. So little typo there. And then just wanted to extend once again, and Andrea, thank you for your comments about being to events. I also wanted to echo that comment with our trustees. Our trustees are at so many things. You're at all the different grads, all these different events, years of service. I know you're pulled in so many directions this time of year and really appreciated. And it's noticed and noted and appreciated by people in the division as well. So reflecting those comments, and I know trustees really make great efforts to get to all of our grads. So you see the dates there, and certainly welcome you and look forward to the opportunity for you to be there. And if there's any questions on the dates, then let us know.
Craig.
Last year, I was able to go to the Vic Park graduation, and I would encourage any trustee to go over there and spend an hour. Very unique, and they get 98% of their students going through graduation. And they said then when they used to have the traditional, about 63% would show up. So if you have a chance, go over and watch it because it's quite an event.
Yeah, I would agree. Very unique event and very well done for sure. Okay, and then we've got a calendar of events, and certainly if we're missing anything, by all means, let us know. We know there's quite a bit going on this time of year, so it is easy to miss things. Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
I think that on the night of June 11th, we have community engagement at 7, our final meeting. Thank you.
Yes, Maureen. Just in June 28th, we have the Pride Parade starting at 11 o'clock, usual gathering.
Thank you. And by usual gathering,
The old Y track. Yeah.
thank you. Just wanted to specify that. Any other additions? All right. Thank you, Mike, for your reports. All right, board chair reports. I have one item, and it is a celebration item. On May 21st, we held the Zone 6 Edwin Parr recognition event, where all of the nominees from 8 of the 10 divisions came together, and the winners selected to go ahead to represent their Zone 6 in Edmonton in November. And I'm thrilled to say that Haley Bedard, who is grade 1 teacher at Nicholas Sharon Elementary School, has been selected as the Zone 6 representative for the 2025 ASBA Awards Banquet. And so we're absolutely thrilled. And I think whoever won that selection process would have represented our zone well. I know that it was really thrilling to be there, and it was a privilege to be there and just to hear them share pieces of their stories of how they came into teaching, their passion for teaching, the ways that their students and their school communities have impacted them. And so I have the write-up. I won't read through the write-up, but sincerest congratulations to Haley Bedard from Nicholas Sharon Elementary School. So if you're in the Nicholas Sharon community and you see Haley, please extend your sincerest congratulations to her as well. Okay, so we're now at our presentations. And so what I'm going to do is our teams are not here. We are ahead of schedule on our calendar. But 10.3, we have a team representing career transitions is here in the room. And so we will welcome them to the front of the room for their presentation.
So if I sit, you can still see me?
All right, well, Tina is setting up the presentation. Welcome. Can I have you, I have a little blurb to read, but prior to that, can I have you introduce yourselves, please?
Oh, absolutely. So my name is Judy Stoke Ingram, and I'm the Executive Director with Career Transitions. And to my right here is Rob Mitchell, and he is our past board chair. And also providing support from a distance is Justin Ellis, our this year's board chair.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, thank you for taking the time to prepare a presentation for the board. I know we've been talking about this and anticipating this for a couple of months, so it's great to have you here in person today. We appreciate public members coming forward to express their concerns or perspectives, and in accordance with Policy 204.13, Public Presentations and Forums, you have complied with the policy by notifying the board at least 14 days in advance and provided a background and briefing document. So today, Judy, you'll have 15 minutes for your presentation, and I'll have the Secretary Treasurer, it's Christine, to my left, your right, signal you when there's 2 minutes left and advise when the 15 minutes is up and the presentation is finished. Okay. You have been provided with the board's expectations for decorum at the presentation, and as the chair, I reserve the right to have the presentation stopped at any time and potentially discontinued should these expectations not be followed. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and consider what you have provided as information. The board will not be providing a response or engage in dialogue immediately following your presentation. The board members can, however, should they wish to do so, ask questions for clarification and understanding following the presentation. The board will respectfully consider your information in our future planning processes and decision-making and may choose to provide a written response to your presentation. So again, thank you for being here, and I will hand the mic over to you. Okay. Are you needing 2 mics up front? Is one okay?
We can. They slide there.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah,
sounds good.
Yeah, we're
okay.
good. Fine. No.
Well,
you can yell.
I don't know.
No, I think we really appreciate being here and really want to take this opportunity to express our appreciation for the support that Lethbridge School Division has provided us over the last many number of years, and ultimately to be able to share with you a little bit of information about, and some insights into what you have been supporting over the last few years. Go ahead, Vanna. Thank you. Yes. So as was written in the handout, we started in 1998, and we were registered as a charitable organization in 2009. And so in terms of our governance, up until 2021, our governance body was actually the superintendents from all of our 6 partner school divisions, as well as reps from the college and the university. And we had an industry person on board as well in Rob. And so since, I guess, at that point through the pandemic, that group kind of came to the realization that, given the scope of their roles and through the pandemic, that it was probably a good time to move to more of a community-based board. And fortunately, since then, we've been benefiting from the wisdom of our community board, but we also have access to our school board partners through our secondary education advisory committee. So it's super important that we have them at the table for sure. So in terms of our funding structure, our school division partners represent our core funding, which is based on enrollment numbers. Every September 30th, we get the numbers, and then we invoice the school divisions $10 per student. And then all of the events that I'm about to share with you, there's no further cost to the school divisions for those events. And for a number of years, we were able to access provincial government funding through the Labour Market Partnership Grant for reasons we still can't really understand. In 2018, that funding, we were told that we were not eligible anymore. So that has certainly changed things for us considerably, I guess. And we do continue to apply for different grants, and sometimes we get lucky. There's a lot of competition out there for those dollars. And in terms of our mandate, really, we are all about connecting school students with business and industry. It's, and that's really what drives all of our events. And you'll hear from Rob and his perspective, from an industry perspective here in a few moments. But I can tell you that industry wants to connect with students. They absolutely do. And it's certainly evidenced through some of the events that we do. And we frequently hear stories about the business and industry folks who are actually hiring kids after meeting them at our events. So that's pretty exciting as well. So our role really is to provide students with an awareness of the wide variety of career pathways here in southwestern Alberta, and give them the chance to participate in experiential learning about some of those careers. We especially want them to understand that a career pathway is dynamic, that when they're 17, they shouldn't be choosing what they're going to retire from. And ultimately, the kids that are in school today are going to be working in occupations that don't even exist yet. So if we can introduce them to different industries, different folks out there to get on that path and recognize that their career pathways are going to be equally as dynamic as the professionals that they connect with at our events. And in terms of career education, we consider ourselves to be kind of the top of the funnel. So it's that basic awareness of different occupations and industries that is so important. And we see that almost as it's a starting point. And we see it as an opportunity for schools and educators to actually build on that. So if it costs you $10 to send a kid to Epic, then there's certainly an investment in that if that student, based on that experience, determines, I think I'm interested in plumbing, then the time that you're spending with setting them up on work experiences or job shadows or RAP placements or dual credit, there's going to be a greater likelihood of a positive return on that investment. So it's a great way to introduce students to just what is actually out there. Next one. So you can just go through that one. So those are old numbers, but certainly in terms of stats, we're still working on our year-end reporting. Last year, we served a total of 2,272 students. This year, we're working on stats. At this point, about 1,100 have attended events, and about 21% of those students are Lethbridge School Division students. So we're certainly appreciate having them there. So I have just a little video that I'll show here. This is our sail and bale, known as Cardboard Boat Race. And this little video was created to target our business and industry partners to get them involved in this event. If you can't hear the narration, you'll get the picture from the, the idea from the video. So basically, we've got 200 kids at the U of L in teams of 4. I think we had 30-some students from Lethbridge School District last year at the event. But in teams of 4, they have 90 minutes to build a boat. They all get the exact same materials. They're to bring a design with them. Once the build starts, the teachers are not allowed to have any contact with them whatsoever. So if their design goes south, they need to do some problem solving. They need to figure out how they're going to rectify the problem. And so the build is 90 minutes, and then we, as you can see, bring them to the pool, and we race them across in the width in heats of 3. Not every boat makes it across. Who knew? But ultimately, it's a great way for them to, fail forward, right? So they have such a great time, and we always have a wait list left over, 8 or 10 teams that we can't serve. And this is the event that that in just a few weeks, we're going to have teachers hassling us about when's the event, and I need to get it into my scheduling. So that's our sail and bail. The next one I want to just share with you quickly is Adventure. And this is our post-secondary and training fair. It's an evening event that's open to the entire community. And it gives not only students, but their families the opportunity to attend an event where there are post-secondary institutions from across Alberta, as well as, like, we had UVic last year. I think we had U of T. So we've got national institutions as well. And apprenticeship and gateway safety training and Training Inc. So really a wide range of options for students and families to be aware of and research all under one roof. Career exploration sessions. This is an event, or this is a program that we launched here a few years ago, and through the pandemic actually, and we hung on to it because we just found that students are really utilizing this as an option. So essentially, we recruit a professional, we work with them to create either a presentation, or I would interview them, or a combination of both. And in about an hour, using Microsoft Teams, kids who sign up for the live event can be there and ask questions. We do a recording, but in an hour, a student can learn about educational requirements and opportunities for advancement, and what they pay, and where do they go for school, and what do they like about their job. We dispatch a videographer whenever appropriate to the workplace, and so that the host can really show kids what a day in their life looks like. We currently have 104 titles on our website, which are wide open to anybody, any school, any community member who wants to use them. And we're finding that teachers are starting to use them in Calm class, in health class, as a resource. We recruit local professionals as much as possible. So it was one that I said started during the pandemic, and we're going to keep it going as long as we can. So that's the virtual career exploration sessions. And next is the Southwest Regional Skills Competition. We've been doing that since 2002. I was 13 when we started doing that event, by the way. And I think it was referenced by, I think, a few of the teachers that provided us with support letters as well in your package. But essentially, it's an Olympic-style competition where students would register to compete in a particular event. Those are the ones that we've been providing or coordinating the last year or two. And so the students who win at the Southwest Regionals have the opportunity then to move on to provincials. We followed 20 kids up to provincials here a few weeks ago, and starting tomorrow, the nationals is taking place in Regina. And just wanted to note that last year, Tate McGarry, a student from Chinook, so he actually, the year before, he competed in carpentry, did pretty good. Last year, he competed in cabinet making, cleaned house, went to provincials, cleaned house, went to nationals, cleaned house. And this year at provincials, he's competed as a post-secondary student and took gold. And so he'll actually be in Regina right now, ready to compete tomorrow. And I think because of his age, if he competes again and wins again next year, he could go to the world competition in Japan in 2026. So pretty exciting. So lots of opportunity in terms of skills, and lots of great support from many of your teachers as well. So this is Epic Day, and so this little video is really, I'll talk over it because you won't be able to hear it, but it's targeting potential sponsors. So Epic Day EPIC is Exploring Possible Industries and Careers. It's a two-part event where we have a very structured career conference portion for half a day, and we also set them up on a tour of business and industry for the other half of the day. We don't use this term with kids, but ultimately we use the term forced engagement. and so the free-for-all kind of career fair means that kids don't necessarily have to engage, but we set it up in such a way that in groups of 6, and the schools register in groups of 6. So there would be 5 groups of 6 within a zone, connecting with 5 different employers. One would be a trade, one would be healthcare, one would be STEM, one would be agriculture, and then the 5th occupation would be a wild card kind of occupation. And so they spend 20 minutes with each of those 5 employers, just learning a bit about that occupation, about that industry, and it just gives them the chance to just really be aware. So on that note, I think I am going to hand it over to Rob to be able to talk about the industry involvement.
Sure. So we got involved quite a few years ago. We've been involved in the Registered Apprenticeship Program at Southland International for many years. I've, of course, been a parent in the school system here for, well, my wife was in elementary school for 17 years, so we had a few children, so we've been around. But the biggest thing is to talk about where we come from industry. And we recognized, George and I, a number of years ago and did a collaboration with LCI and saw that, you know, the pipeline that we had was pretty poor, and we weren't getting mechanics banging at our doors or parts people, or in our case, administrators to help us administrate the business, things like that. So it's all aspects of the business from engineering all the way through. There's, again, a number of ways that we've wanted to increase that pipeline, and this was one way that we saw supporting Judy and career transitions is to, the one thing we noticed is she listened. She listened and she executed. We didn't have, she thought outside of the box. You know, George was super impressed with all the programs. It started off with EPIC, of course, and then we got on board with that and have been on board ever since, and continue to support that as well. The biggest thing, I think, is when we are looking for students that between, you know, the off-campus coordinators, career transitions, in collaboration, right down to now we're even starting to that conversation with the university and bringing the whole community together with career transitions and creating better pipelines for industry. And shame on industry, I say that quite often, for not getting in front of people like yourselves and saying that we need to be in front of you more and educating you more. And I do constantly talk about the fact that our industry and just our company alone wants to move faster in 5 years than they have in the last 50. So as educators, you need to know that there's a lot of things in the industry that are moving very, very quickly, and that we need your help to with that. And with that, career transitions.
Thank you, Rob. I'm sorry, your time is up. No, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah,
no problem.
thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. Thank you for bringing your perspectives and just a piece of the story of career transitions. Thank you. And so what I will do is I will open it up to the board for any clarifying questions. Andrea.
Hi, thank you for presenting. I taught your children kindergarten, so I'm so happy to see General Stewart in the house. And thank you for that epic day. It was really nice to be on the tour with you. And my question is about Sail and Bail. What time of year does it happen, and how do you get involved? And have you thought about putting an elementary component into that as well?
We think about a lot of things that we could do. Currently, I'm full-time. I have a 0.75 staff, and we have a couple of contractors that are about 0.75. So with 2.5 people, we're we would like to do more. Sail and Bail is an event that will take place on the 13th of November. And with all of our events, I can send out our service guide here. It should be done in a couple of weeks. But certainly anybody who wants to participate, volunteer, like please let me know if you wanted to just even come and check out the event as just an observer. Would love to invite you to come in and check it out. So we do always require volunteer people power to make our events happen. And we also connect with people. So if you're like engineering, construction, design, we're looking for those folks to act as our professional judges, and the kids get to connect with them and learn from them as well. So does that help?
Craig?
Yeah, in provincials this year, did you have any winners from the Southwest Zone?
Last year was a banner year. We had 7 medals. This year we had 1 silver medal. But lots of 4th and 5th place finishes. But then we bring that back to our regional technical committees in the fall and say, okay, we were this close. So what can we do to better support teachers and better support students to have an even better showing next year?
I attended this one this year.
Oh, awesome.
And I will tell you that I like sports and I've reffed at high levels. The competition in some of those places was so intense that it rivaled a basketball or a rugby game because those kids were putting their heart and soul into it. So thank you.
Yes, no problem. And I think further to that, those are skills that, and when students are learning that in that environment and being able to take those, working under pressure and being dedicated and being prepared into the workplace, you can imagine that employers are paying attention to that as well.
And in our business, we actually make it mandatory now for our RAP students to be involved in skills. So it's a pretty important event for us, for sure.
Thanks.
Allison?
Thank you for coming today, and I just wanted to share my appreciation for all the work that you do in our community for our students. Number of times that career transitions is in our board package from different staff members that have different events and different things that they're bringing forward. It is definitely something that's valued in our division, and I think that the impact that you're making on our students is invaluable. To offer these opportunities for our students to be able to explore and have an understanding of what possibilities are out there for careers is really important. And certainly I know the work that you do, Rob, at Southland International, certainly have a personal connection for that piece, but I think that the impact that you do have on students is remarkable, and allowing students to go on to have careers where they start out with not knowing what possibilities are there, and to watch that progression has been amazing and phenomenal. So thank you to the work that both of you guys are doing to support our students in our community.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would echo that. I know it's certainly positive experiences in the school communities and from students to be able to explore and discover new passions and new possibilities. I do have a question around budgeting, just for awareness for the public. Lethbridge School Division contributes $52,000 a year towards career transitions as partners, and so there are your other partners are Holy Spirit, Palliser, Westwind, and Horizon.
And Livingston Range.
And Livingston Range. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was reading slowly through my list. So I'm just curious, what do the financial partnerships look like from those divisions? Are they equitable, and how are the amounts determined?
Yes. So it is based on the enrollment numbers on September 30th. So we get the numbers from all of the divisions, and then it's $10 per student. In terms of then, looking to, I guess, utilize that money from a divisional perspective, we do make sure that when we host events, that registration is very structured, and we open it up to the schools who want to participate, and then if they don't, we open it up to other schools. Putting in a second team or a second student or whatever. But so we do try to make sure that all of the school divisions have equitable representation at all of our events.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Are there any other, oh, Allison.
Judy, just for clarification, I know that you said it was $10 per student. Just want to clarify, I think that's grade 8 to 12?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Thank
And
you.
we do serve some younger students, and when we have lots of money, we'll be happy to serve your elementary students too.
Perfect. Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Judy, Rob, and Justin, for joining us today. Yes.
Thanks for the
Thank you.
opportunity.
Have a fantastic evening.
Thanks, you too.
All right, I see we have our Emmanuel Christian Secondary School Eagles Provincial Champs in the room. So welcome, everyone. It's good to have you here. So I think what we will do is, I just need to find my page here. All right. Well, it was a gold medal weekend for the Emmanuel Christian Eagles senior girls basketball team. We have the roster includes, oh gosh, I know there's names I'm not going to pronounce well. So, Hayden Van Land, Yarbyar, Maya Rossworm, Holly Boone, Zara Sinsens, Jadalyn Moradel, Braylon Turnell, Ratea Sampson, Obuak Biar, Sarah Deliu, and Sierra Van Rokel. Was that okay or not? Oh boy, okay. So head coach Mike Greeno, staff also included assistants Emily Greeno, Erin Barwigan, Trina Smith, Kirsten Barwigan, and Olivia Leenstra. So along with the provincial title, the Eagles also took the 2024-2025 Deep South Basketball League title and won the South Zone 2A banner. Congratulations, ladies. That is certainly something to celebrate. So I know you were recognized at the tournament and I know you're recognized at your school, but as a board, we find it an honor and a privilege to also recognize celebrations such as this here at the board office. So thank you all for being able and willing to come with your coaches. And so what we'll do is we have certificates for each of you. So myself, I'm Christine Light, I'm board chair, and the superintendent, Mike Nightingale, will shake your hands because that's the official thing to do. And we'll just call you up to the front. And then at the end, we will have a group picture on the stairs. So we'll just ask you to stay on the stairs. All right. Yeah. Yeah. It was actually in my mind to have Mike call the names. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, thank you. I tried, you know?
Yeah, hey, no,
Yeah,
that's good. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll have you hold the mic, call the names. We'll do. Is Emily here?
No, none of the coaches are here, just the coach. Just me, yeah, so that one, so that person's not here, that person's not here. And that person's not here, that's our coach. Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Hayden Van Land. Yarbyar. Maya Rossworm. Holly Boone couldn't make it today. Zara Simpsons. Braylon Turner. Ratia Sampson. Sierra Van Rokel. Jada Lynn Mordell. Abuk Biar. Sarah DeLu.
And Mike Greeno.
This is awkward. Put you on mic.
Perfect. Yeah. Thanks. And Holly Boone.
Ah, there she is. Congratulations, Holly.
Oh, it's just really warm in here. All right. Well, next, we welcome Mariah Van Land to the board office. Welcome, Mariah. It's good to have you here. Mariah is a grade 12 student from Emmanuel Christian Secondary School, and we can now call her an Olympic silver medalist in the female Division I category in the figure skating competition. Congratulations. Her 2.92 points put her just behind the leader, Nadeli Halale from South Africa, who finished with 3.26. So at only 18 years old, Van Land was the youngest competitor in her category, and she is the only athlete from the Lethbridge region and the only figure skater from Alberta that competed in the Special Olympics World Winter Games in Turin, Italy, which took place from March 8th to March 15th. And Mariah competed on March 12th. So it's certainly an honor to recognize Mariah today. I know we tried to do this closer to your return from the special, and yeah, it didn't work out. So I'm so glad it works out today. And so, can you hold this for a second? Mariah, on the behalf of the Board of Trustees, we just want to say sincere congratulations on your accomplishment at the Special Olympics in Turin, and thank you for being here. All right, our final presentation of the day. We welcome Jenna Bailey, Autumn Barnes, and Ludi Meni to provide a presentation on the Spanish Bilingual Education Association. So we'll just welcome you to the front. Tina, perhaps if they could have, or if trustees could share, yeah, let's just share a couple of mics or one mic so it's not 3 people sharing one. All right, well, thank you for taking the time to prepare a presentation from the board. We appreciate public members coming forward to express their concerns or perspectives, and today you're educating us on the Spanish bilingual program, and we look forward to what you have to share. In accordance with policy 204.13, public presentations and forums, you've complied with the policy by notifying the board at least 14 days in advance and providing a background and briefing document. So today you will have 15 minutes for your presentation, and I'll have the Secretary Treasurer, Christine Lee, to my left, your right, signal when there is 2 minutes left, and advise when the 15 minutes is up and presentation is finished. You've been provided with the board's expectations for decorum for the presentation, and as the chair, I reserve the right to have the presentation stopped at any time and potentially discontinued should these expectations not be followed. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and consider what you have provided as information. The board will not be providing a response or engage in dialogue immediately following your presentation, but board members can, however, should they wish to do so, ask questions for clarification and understanding following the presentation. The board will respectfully consider your information in our future planning processes and decision-making and may choose to provide a written response to your presentation. So I will hand it over to you for your 15 minutes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. This works. You can probably move to the next one. My name is Autumn Barnes. I'm the co-chair of the Spanish Bilingual Education Association. I've got 2 kids in the program, moving into grade 6 at GS Lakey in September and grade 3 at West Cooley Station in September as well, which is really exciting. So just as a brief introduction of who we are, we exist to support and grow Spanish bilingual programming in the Lethbridge School Division. We formed because there are so many families that are part of the program who absolutely love it, like fangirl love it. Ridiculous. There's fantastic teachers, really great programming, a lot of support, really great community, and there's a lot of people who are really passionate about it and want to make sure that this program continues. There have been discussions about some of the big picture program planning, especially some of the transitions between schools. And then also we thought maybe there might be a need where we could help with some of the communication aspects, because there are so many people in Lethbridge who still don't know that we have this amazing program. You might wonder why Spanish bilingual, or why a bilingual program at all. There's a lot of literature that actually supports that kids who grow up bilingual have enhanced problem-solving abilities. Their literacy and numeracy in both languages are improved. They have expanded school and work opportunities. And also, fun fact, bilingualism strengthens memory and can actually delay the onset of dementia, which is pretty interesting. These are the numbers, pretty wordy. You guys probably all have them, but just wanted to, as we were introducing the program, show that this isn't a small group. It's around 350 kids registered in September. You can see that there's numbers listed for Coalbanks and for GS Lakey, West Cooley Station as well. There's different numbers for the elementary, just because when we were preparing the presentation, we asked for numbers and we got some from Coalbanks and some from the division. They were a little different, but they're close enough. Important thing to note is that the program is growing, and that the new elementary school, West Cooley Station, does have space to allow for growth. Whereas at Coalbanks, since the program started, it was full and busting at the seams. So now we have space to grow and interest in the program. And then when you look at the numbers, you'll see that there have been some issues with transitions between schools and programs. There's a bit of a pinch point where you might get a bit of attrition, but in general, a really good news story for the program. So we recently started just with parent meetings, started fairly informally, just with lots of conversations, sort of a grassroots growing effort. The meetings have gotten a little bit more formal. We've got a board now. We've done some communications with the schools, so with the administrators, with the teachers, with other parents. Morag was gracious enough to give us some time this fall when we were kind of getting going and help us understand some of the constraints of the division and what's going on, which was super helpful. So thank you, Morag. And then we've done a lot of support for school activities. So we volunteered with the Latin Grammys. We had a table there so we could promote the SBEA, and the program moved to West Cooley Station, but also just helping out, bringing stuff for the teachers because they were busy during the day, helping set up things like that, helping tear down. Salsa in the Swamp, which I don't know if any of you guys made it. I know that you made it, actually. I saw you there. It was amazing, really fun night at West Cooley Station. So we volunteered there. And probably the thing that we're most proud of this year is this effort that we put in to support the elementary program moving to West Cooley Station. So when we learned that that program was moving, we've done a lot of direct engagement. We've been working closely with Dean Hawkins, who I'm sure you guys all know is fantastic, potentially the best principal in the division, I would argue. And really like advocating for parent information nights so that families could get to know Dean and the program that they would be moving to, so that they had more confidence to move. Because myself, Ludi, our kids walk or bike ride to school. There's a lot of kids in the Copperwood community that walk to school and have this community. So moving with the program and getting on a bus is a massive vote of confidence and a really big change in a lot of these families' lives. So we worked with Dean advocating for parent information nights so that they could get to know him and the program and make that leap and join. We did some efforts with media engagement and public promotion through our social media, reaching out to news outlets, trying to get the story out there that this program is amazing and it's growing and that you actually can be a part of it now. And then myself and Jenna and a few of our other members have been involved with the West Cooley Station Elementary Parent Society, which meets in this room once a month. And we've been helping out where we can, helping them fundraise for the playground because there's no longer budget for playgrounds when schools get built, and doing, helping however we can. Also, the really exciting stuff of terms of reference documents and bylaws, which I'm sure you all in the room are familiar with. We've been working on that as well.
So we've jumped into what are our plans for next year, but I just want to add on a little bit about from what Autumn said. And I'm Jenna Bailey. I have a son in grade 4 and a son in kindergarten. And like Autumn said, when I heard this group existed, I jumped on it. I actually said, how does this exist and I'm not already a member? I couldn't believe there was momentum, and because I needed to be a part of it, because I'm so grateful to the Spanish bilingual program. My children are half Canadian, half Mexican, and literally their lives have been changed by the Spanish bilingual program. They now speak Spanish with their family in Mexico, and we were struggling to do that at home. And culturally, they're much more connected to their family. They come home singing the Christmas carols. Like when we go to Mexico at Christmas, they know the carols because they learn them. So I really, really value the program, and I saw this as an opportunity to give back, honestly, to the teachers and to the administrators that are running this program. So, and one of the things, just adding on to what Autumn had said, I'm proud of us here. I do think that we did help with the move to West Cooley, because maybe some of you are aware of the energy that was in Copperwood at that time, but there was a lot of doubt in the move, and we were talking to a lot of the parents, and I feel like personally we feel like it could have gone either way, kind of, and we did such a grassroots campaign. We texted every parent in our phones. We caught people after school, and we really tried, and suddenly there was this momentum shift. And so that was encouraging for us, I think, because it felt like our efforts that we could help somewhere. We could help the program. And I'm glad that I had that opportunity to help and meet Dean, and he's so receptive. We were like, they have doubts, we need a parent night. And immediately the next day he planned a parent night. So that was really encouraging. And at the parent night, there were lots of questions. And we had a booth there, and I think we were able to also help facilitate questions and things like that. So anyway, looking forward to next year. This actually is coming up right away, and it's on June 11th, and we're holding a community fiesta. And our hope is that that's meant to be a thank you party. It's a thank you party to Morag for her efforts, to Coalbanks for their efforts, a welcome to West Cooley, a thank you to GS Lakey, because what we're hoping as an organization is we're kind of trying to fill a gap, be an umbrella, kind of, there's lots of people working in each of their schools, and as parents, we'd like to add our efforts into kind of tying those schools and the whole program together, where we can provide help. And so that night is a celebration of that. We want to support fundraising activities for the program. That's going to be a constant for our organization. We are really working with Dean to try and help with the transition from Coalbanks to West Cooley, saying this is what parents loved at Coalbanks, this is what we love at West Cooley. And he's really receptive. It's going really well so far. And also saying to the teachers, how can we help you if we can? As well, there's the DELE testing at GS Lakey, and that is the internationally recognized Spanish proficiency exam, and it went ahead, as probably all of you know, this year in the middle school. But we'd like to help facilitate that, to see if there's opportunities to help have it locally, because this year it was done in Calgary, and that's something really important for the middle school kids. And then again, another thing in terms of this concept of where we're hoping we can serve as the kind of umbrella is to help think about the programming through all the 3 schools, since there is this attrition at the turning point switching elementary to middle, which, Morag has informed me that's just a standard pattern in bilingual programs or language programs. So what we were hoping for is to help support the momentum toward developing the high school program. And looking backward within that is thinking about building the kindergarten program, because as you've also taught me, the language programs are a pyramid. So we're hoping to help support promotion of building the program from the base, so that there are still strong numbers carried through to middle and to high school. Just got to keep an eye on my timer, it keeps freezing. So yeah, thanks. If I could go to the next slide. So why do we think there needs to be a plan? Some of the things I've just touched on. Families exit the program when they're uncertain. My son's in grade 4, so I'm less familiar with that experience of the middle school kids, but the numbers show that because they weren't sure sort of where the program was headed, there has been this attrition. And I think in contrast, where there was really this huge effort for the transition from Coalbanks to West Cooley, the evidence is in the numbers. Everybody moved. And so we'd like to help think about that for the moves to middle school and to high school. And the demand is growing. This promotion that we were a part of showed that there's a real interest in the Spanish bilingual program. And now we suddenly have this wonderful school where there's space. So we'd like to take where we can help, like take this opportunity to build the program. And yeah, it's just, we feel like it's important to set goals for the program and again, just put our efforts where we can so we can, when somebody comes at kindergarten level and wants to join, we can say, look, this is how it runs all the way through to grade 12 and these are the advantages and these are the exams they'll get and these are the exchange opportunities and things like that. So we would just like to help put our efforts to building it all the way through so families have that security and knowledge of what it would look like when they join the program all the way through. And I'll pass it to Ludi.
Thank you, Jenna, and thank you to the School Board of Trustees, all of you guys, for allowing us to come. My name is Astrid Delor-This-Many, aka Ludi Many, so that is a nickname. I just wanted to share a written testimonial that I wrote as a parent of 2 children currently in the program. So I'm a first-generation born Canadian to immigrant parents from Chile, South America. I grew up with Spanish as my first language, and English is technically my second language. My parents, proud of their roots and culture, made a conscious effort to preserve our heritage by ensuring Spanish remained a central part of my life and my brother's life. That decision shaped who I am today. It gave me a strong sense of identity, broadened my worldview, and opened up countless opportunities. Now, as a parent, I am deeply grateful that my children, among other students, have the opportunity to be part of the Spanish bilingual program here in Lethbridge. Both of my children are currently enrolled in the program and have been since its inception. My son was in the kindergarten program when they first started, which was kindergarten in grade 1. I've witnessed firsthand the benefits that it brings, not just academically, but socially, cognitively, and culturally. They are developing a deeper understanding of both languages, and more importantly, a respect for diversity, which defines Canada in general. It's important to note that being in the bilingual program has not made school easier for these children. In fact, it makes it harder. But that work pays off because they are building critical thinking skills, cultural awareness, and resilience, traits that will take them and serve them for a lifetime. On a personal level, being bilingual has also been an incredible asset in my career as a travel counselor. Speaking Spanish has allowed me to connect with a wider range of clients, assist Spanish-speaking travelers with ease so they feel more comfortable in speaking in their native tongue, and provide more personalized, culturally aware service. It's opened doors and created professional opportunities that I might not have known otherwise. I strongly urge you guys as a school district to continue investing and supporting the Spanish bilingual program. It's more than an educational track. It's a bridge between generations, cultures, and communities. For families like myself, it's a vital part of honoring our past and preparing our children for a global future. Lethbridge has a large Spanish-speaking population, and it's vital that we continue to support and expand programs like this, as it does more than just teach a language. It builds life skills and promotes cultural citizenship. In summary, I leave you with 4 key takeaways that represent the value and the impact of the Spanish bilingual program: language, life skills, cultural, and citizenship. Thank you for giving me the time to share that.
That's the end of our presentation.
Okay, excellent. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I will open it up to board members for questions of clarification. Andrea.
Thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. And I would just like to know, on June 11th, where is your fiesta and what time is it at?
It's going to be at the Rotary Picnic Shelter up at the soccer fields on the north side. So we've rented that out. And if you did want to come, I can send out the invitation link if you'd like. That'd be helpful. But it should be a fun time. There's going to be food and different entertainment, and a bit of a short formal program as well.
It's 5 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Oh, and that, 5 to 7.
And if you want food,
Right.
you need to register by May 31st.
Yes.
But you can come and pack a lunch too, pack a dinner.
Sounds good, thank you. Are there any other questions? Robbie?
I'm just curious how much Dean paid you to say that he was the best principal in the school division.
That's confidential. No, that was a little off the cuff, but he's just been really, really great to deal with, and I think it's worth celebrating when people are such champions of the program, especially someone jumping into it cold.
And his enthusiasm for, I'm personally very excited because he's enthusiastic about building it, you know, which is, in that sense, he's the perfect person for the next stage of it because he also wants it to grow, even though he's not been, you know, in it to date. So we're really excited about that.
Craig?
I'm excited to hear the number of parents that have enrolled their kids at West Cooley Station. I was on the Boundary Review Committee, and it was an interesting year-long event, and it's gratifying to see that people have accepted where we've moved the Spanish immersion program, and I'm really excited about the growth in it, and that school has the potential. And I'm excited that kids can learn a second language. I learned French, and so it makes you better, and in some cases, especially with Spanish-speaking families, being able to be educated in their native language, it strengthens the family bond. So I'm really happy that that's going on. So congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, I mentioned it a little bit, but really in those meetings, the chat amongst the parents was that they were afraid it was going to be shut down, the Spanish program. Like we all were, well, the ones I saw, we were just devastated. We were so worried. And that was kind of what lit a fire almost in this organization was the thought like, oh no, we need to help where we can help. So it's so nice to see that everybody, including people in this room's like efforts have paid off to such a great result. There's so much momentum and people are excited.
Allison?
Thank you for coming and presenting today. I know I've certainly heard from a number of Spanish families that have emphasized the concern at that high school level. And just wondering as a question, what do you suggest or recommend to a board on the governance level of what we can do to support that being carried forward to the high school level so that there are Spanish families that do transition to that piece?
Can I take? Yeah. I would say planning as soon as possible. There are families who did not put their kids in Lakey this year because they didn't think there was going to be a high school program or they didn't think that the program was going to survive. So there needs to be like clear plans and like public engagement showing that there's actually a plan happening. I've talked with Keith Vandermeer at Chinook, and I know he's really excited to have the program and wanting to do some forward thinking. But I think there needs to be some division led engagement and to talk about the high school program, but the whole program. So I would say time and communication. Make sure people know that you're actually doing it. You know, like the boundary review last year, so many people showed up, they were interested, they were curious. The high school thing is so much more complicated. Like my kids are not there yet. We're just entering middle school. So we've got friends in high school. I understand that there's a lot of complexities there. So I would say, yeah, like as soon as humanly possible, because families are already making decisions about where they're going to be sending their kids. Like now they're thinking about it and their kids have got to think about where their friends are going and the options they want to take and where they might go. And so especially because the program has kids scattered all over the west side. And then also, you know, on the other side of the river, there's a lot of options for where kids are going to go to school. So I think these decisions aren't taken lightly by families. I think the numbers show that they are pumped about the program. They'll support it if there's a clear plan. So if you can do some community engagement and talk about the high school program and also just like this big umbrella program, like these women mentioned, like how this program is going to look going forward. So when you move to Lethbridge or you've got a kid coming to the program, you know that they're going to be supported, right? I think the elementary school program going to West Cooley is a really great example of a success. And it's really nice because that boundary ladders up to Lakey, so you don't have that same division, but high school is going to be a little bit different. So yeah, as soon as possible, as much input as possible from families, from teachers, because the teachers are actually in it every day, and the principals as well. So.
I'm just going to add a quick little tidbit because my son is currently in grade 7. So come next year, he'll be going into grade 8, which will start the planning of the high school. And my heart just aches for the grade 8s because they're kind of like at the end of a cliff. So their program ends this year. So there is nothing in place currently for them to continue the transition to high school. So yet again, just an extra emphasis on communication, transparency, and engaging the local parents and families.
Jenny.
Thank you for all of your work and for your wonderful presentation. At the risk of sounding ignorant, I'm going to admit that I didn't realize that our program had a Spanish Bilingual Education Association. I didn't realize there was an association supporting the program, and so I'm just curious to hear more about that and wondered if the association extends beyond the work being done in our division, or if that's an association that supports just our division.
Yeah, we formed locally. There are other Spanish groups. We actually formed based off of, there's a Parents for French group in Lethbridge, and there's quite a bit of infrastructure behind French immersion, and because there's some national funding available for it. So yeah, right now we are local, and we're just a grassroots family organization trying to work within this division. At some point in the future, if someone wants to use our logo in some other place, I have no idea. But right now, we're just trying to do the best we can here.
I'll just add to that, we're less than a year old as well.
Oh, okay.
And just to emphasize as well, we're a parent-led group that formed because the Spanish bilingual program was looking a little grim there. So this is our passion, where we came in groves of numbers, and we're like, we have to do something to preserve this program.
Yeah, it was a lot largely motivated by the insecurity that there was between the Spanish program moving. So we really are just parents in the Spanish program in disguise. We tricked you, who are just so passionate, and we were like, oh no, we were worried, and so we tried to step up and help. So
I applaud that. Thank you. I feel less ignorant knowing that now. So thank you for the context. And I applaud that organization and that ability you've given yourself that comes with being an association and being organized in that way. So thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Well, thank you, Jenna, Ludi, and Autumn for coming to present and inspiring us. It's certainly, parents are essential partners in education, and it's been very encouraging to hear your passion and your experience in within this program, and just bringing the stories of the families that are in this program. And I applaud your desire to have successful and sustainable path forward that is intentional. And so we will certainly take in all that you've given us into consideration as we move forward. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Thanks, Jenna. Good to see you. Thanks, Autumn. Good to see you. All right, we will now move on to 11.1, international trip to Portugal.
You know the drill, Kenny.
Craig?
Come on down.
Just before we start, it said that some of the itinerary was attached, and I don't have it in my agenda. Is it somewhere?
Tina, are we able to pull the itinerary up onto the screen, please?
So I'll just do my quick little blurb. Kenny and crew from Chinook over there, requesting approval to take approximately 20 to 36 grade 10 to 12 students on an international trip to Lisbon, Portugal from April 16th to April 24th next year. Information regarding the educational benefits of the trip and proposed itinerary are up there somewhere if Tina can find them. But if not, I know Kenny knows the drill and will eagerly share the itinerary and what we're looking at as far as how it connects to education. And looks like the other two are going to join him. That's lovely. And I'll just turn it over to you all.
I apologize. Sorry, all of our kids are in the Spanish program, so we were just quickly chatting.
Okay, well, thank you very much for hearing us out here today and having us. Yes, we are looking to take a group to Portugal in April of 2026. 9-day trip. The stated dates, as is per the case with tour groups like EF Tours, is that it does run from a desired departure date, give or take kind of 2 days either way. I'm sure that what they're trying to do is find whatever the cheapest flights are in that little time period. But it's 9 days. We are looking at staying just in Portugal. We are looking at essentially sticking around the Lisbon area for about 4.5 days, moving in towards that Porto region up north there for 3.5, and then on the last day coming back into that Lisbon region so we can catch the airport and hit our way home. So 9 days total. The cost of the trip is going to be it's about $48.50 including tips. Tips sounds optional, but with EF Tours it's not optional. It's something, so we just kind of built it into the price so we don't have to go back and ask kids and parents for more money that way. That is based on 20 to 24 travelers. So if we have more, the price will go down, but it won't go up. So we kind of wanted to build kind of a high mark and then work our way down from there. Because I know you're going to ask, some fundraising opportunities and options. We don't actually technically have any fundraising options in place. We kind of want to see what the tour is going to unfold and look like before we actually get to that point. We did mention to students that there is options for them to maybe do like a bottle drive as a group, something we can organize kind of informally, but we could also do something like, alter the payment options and plans. So the 3 kind of payment options that work differently for different families that we found is lump sum payments. So you can chunk that into 3 or 4 different payments. That works for some families. An upfront, in full kind of payment sounds like a lot of money, and it is. But for some families, what happens is the parents will front the money. The kids will then work it off kind of as they go. So they're not kind of hampered by a monthly, 11-month, 12-month kind of time period. And then the last one is that monthly payment plan. Again, and a lot of our students in high school do actually work towards these trips. Some students go on 1 as a grade 12 student. Some kids go on, 1, 2, 3 every year they can if they want. So the fundraising stuff is definitely kind of a wait and see depending on the numbers. But by and large, we do try to alter those payment options so kids can have some flexibility that way. In regards to the trip, lots of the trip does or is built kind of around a cultural and historical kind of concept there. So we're going to see lots of different kind of palaces, castles. We're going to see history through the lens of, where were the royal families living during the time period of colonialism. We're going to see from kind of a melding of different religions and cultures. And truthfully, Portugal seems like a really cool place that I don't really know as much about compared to other places that I've been to. So I'm really excited. And then from a larger perspective, some of the value that we see in these trips, this being the 4th trip that I've ran, is that when you come back and you have those same students in your classes, it's really palpable how much those trips impact those kids. Some of the discussions they have in class, the way they kind of participate with a different maybe outlook on it. So certainly I see the value in it. The educational component, why I brought my entourage.
All right. Well, I mean, like Kenny said, it's a little bit different than some of the trips we ran in the past where we were looking at, war and remembrance tours or Holocaust themed tours. This one is a lot more cultural, but what Portugal offers us is a chance to see, well, first of all, I mean, I don't know how much Portuguese history you know, but the Moors conquered Portugal, well, the Spanish peninsula. And so there's an opportunity just to see that the combination of Moorish, which would be Muslim architecture and culture there. Two of the sites for sure will have architecture and cultural components. And then, of course, when the Moors were pushed out, that spurred Queen, I think, Isabella of Spain to champion Christopher Columbus's journey across the Atlantic, which starts the colonial era, and then Portugal plays a significant role in colonialism. And so we get to see the other side, like, you know, how the exploitation of colonialism and whatnot as well. So that connects very well with our social 20 and 10 and 20 curriculums. And then, of course, on the other side of that too, in modern context, it's interesting, like literally today in class, we were talking about the euro and just what that means. And so for the kids to kind of go and see that component of, you know, how the economy works. Again, we're not stepping outside of Portugal, so we won't get to see how it's easily translated between countries, but just a chance for them to see, even like they're asking questions today, like, well, how do they do that with their money? Like, is there like, because, you know, in Canadian money, we have Canadian leaders and Canadian significant moments in Canadian history and stuff. And so I was trying to explain it to them, but even just the ability to see that connects very well as well with social 10 and 20. And then, of course, some of the things that maybe aren't on the itinerary that happen naturally, or just the, like on our last trip, our tour guide, man, he catered so well. Like he would come back, he'd spend all like probably 2 or 3 hours a night researching Canadian stuff and how it was relevant. And that won't happen here because Canadian history doesn't really overlap. But the tour guides, like they give us this opportunity to sit down and ask them questions. And, you know, Portugal's a much more collective society in many ways than Canada is. And so, and we do talk about Portugal in some contexts in Social Studies 30 as a case study of that and how they do things differently. And so if that will fit with our Social 30 curriculum. And by the time we go on our trip, all of our students will have experienced at least 10, 20, or 30 up to, and how it relates to this as well. So there's, and then again, just in general, the front end matter of our curriculum is a lot about just appreciating the human experience and appreciating humanity. So yeah, that's the connection. Sorry, Morag. Well, you know,
Was that all? I'm just making sure, I just don't want to interrupt. That was the.
Christine, I got plenty, so you tell me what you want here. I can defer to you for sure.
Okay, certainly. Well, then I will open it up to questions from the board. Christina.
I'm always pro-travel. I think it builds lots of educational opportunities and personal growth. I will say our board is always concerned about like the price of travel. Sounds like you've done many trips. I know you've done many trips. Can you talk about some of the fundraising that you've seen be successful, or like ways that you worked with students since you're not able to present like opportunities for fundraising right now? Can you give us some idea about your experience in helping families deal with a price tag that is often beyond the even monthly revenue or like income of a family?
Yeah, for sure. And it is without question. I mean, the price tag is definitely restrictive for many families, truthfully. So in the past, we've had a couple opportunities, like when we used to run those grocery card coupons. The way it's set up and the way it's kind of operated in our school in the last couple of years, since those individual stores altered the way our kickback works, those have kind of gone by the wayside, truthfully. I know for my club, we do operate a fundraiser outside that I'm trying to expand to this club next year. It would actually occur in May. That would provide a few $1,000s. Again, it's not going to offset a lot, but any little bit can help that way. So truthfully, we would have to explore some more options, but they are kind of in the works a little bit informally.
Can you tell me how many staff, what do the volunteers look like, supervisors look like? Are they all staff? Will there be parents? And how are they paying full for it? Is it being subsidized by the student fees? Can you give me some information around that?
EF Tours kind of asks, I guess, and I know what's the board policy was 1 in 8, 1 in 10. So we are running on a 1 in 6. So yes, the students do subsidize the cost of the supervisors. In terms of staff members as part of our district, 4 of the 6 are going to be school board members. There is a reason though why we do the 1 in 6 as opposed to the 1 in 10. So we operate under, and this kind of falls under that safety notion there. We separate all the kids into individual pods, and it is much easier and we think more efficient to have 6 kids per person as opposed to 10. And so yes, there's a cost element that definitely increases as a result, but the safety component has certainly worked in the last few tours that we've run. So,
Andrea.
First of all, thank you for the social studies lesson. I appreciated that very much. Thank you also for being willing to travel with students. I think this is what they remember from their years at school. What site or activity are you most excited to take the students to?
personally, I'm most excited for Sintra Castle. So, yeah, that's the one. I mean, it just looks pretty picturesque. It kind of just southwest of Lisbon. It looks like, I mean, it's obviously a pretty beautiful site, which is obviously intriguing. But when looking at the history of it too, you get a kind of an insight into the royal family and some of the Portuguese throne throughout the years and so forth. So personally, that's kind of what I'm most excited about.
Thank you, and that's exciting. And I'm sorry to hear about the grocery coupons, because I know that they used to be very helpful. Maybe you could have a Portuguese night of, like a fiesta, and raise money that way. And did you want to say?
All I wanted to say is like Billy said, Portugal's a bit different than the countries that we've frequented in the past. We've all traveled quite a bit in places like England and France, the Alps a little bit. Portugal's a little different in that none of us have been there, but we just all get so much. I know it sounds incredibly cheesy, but we get really excited just seeing kids' jaws drop when they just get exhilarated. We took a trip where kids went into the ocean when it was pouring rain. Not into the ocean. They didn't go to the ocean. Sorry, they didn't go to the ocean. They went to the beach and they were thrilled to be at the beach. They did not go in the water. They did not go in the water. They did not go in the water, but they were happy with the rain in their face. And it's just like, it's exhilarating. I wish I didn't say that they went in the ocean. They didn't go in the ocean.
Matt will never be getting the mic again.
Thank you for sharing that.
All right, on that note, Craig.
Yeah, it's exciting to hear that you're going to a different country that I think has a lot of interesting things. I don't know a lot about it, but I do know that they have great golf courses and they do play rugby. So, but it's just, instead of just always the same countries, I'm glad that we're trying to look at different countries and learn some of that history, because it's important. And then it's connected to Brazil too. So you've got that cultural thing there. So no, good on you. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking for a motion. Christina.
I move that the Chinook High School trip to Lisbon, Portugal in April 2026 be approved by the board on the condition that all division policies and procedures are strictly followed, and with the understanding that future travel advisories and or vaccination requirements may affect the trip's ability to proceed.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Those in favor? That's carried. Have a fantastic trip. We'll see you before then, but have a fantastic trip.
Thank you very much.
No ocean. No ocean. All right, I'm going to move an item on our agenda. We have Daniel Heaton, Director of Facilities, in the room. He's going to be presenting on 11.7 LCI cooling tower replacement tender. And so he's in the room, so we're just going to allow him to present, and we're turning it over to Christine Lee to start.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, he's my technical backup. Yeah, it was a little panic. Yeah, no, that's okay. No, thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I'll just give some comments of why this here. Daniel will be able to elaborate a little more, maybe give a little more of the technical background to the reason for this before you. our beloved LCI, who of course we need a modernization very, very badly, still needs to function for many years until that is done. And one of the things that is declining, we have a cooling tower at LCI that's declining in its condition, and it's a vital component to having a comfortable, safe learning environment. And so we need to get that replaced. And so Daniel's been working with our consultants, Remedy Engineering, who we've procured to help us with the procurement process. It's a very complicated piece of equipment and machinery, and the installation is very complex. They've been working with us. They've been supporting the tender process with Daniel, and we did send the new cooling tower upgrade project out for tender, and we received 2 bids that came back, and Remedy Engineering had recommended CNA Mechanical's bid that comes in at just over $1.5 million plus GST. It was a little bit higher than the other bid, but however, the proposal had it was a better quality proposal, had the detailed information that they were looking for, had a better defined scope, and so there was less execution risk and potential cost on the road based on the proposal that was presented. This project, if approved, will be funded through our capital maintenance renewal grant funding as well as our IMR funding, so kind of half and half. I've been planning for this in our grant spending for the last couple of years, and so it is there. And yeah, Daniel, do you want to tell them a little more about details about a cooling tower and its impact, and a little more about the project, please?
The cooling tower hooks into many of the wings systems. It's kind of the backbone of it all. A couple of years ago, we did a heat pump replacement in B wing and in C wing. This system that the cooling tower actually plugs into those so that they keep efficiently running and making it cooler than it has been in the past. So one step at a time, better end equipment for the classrooms. We hook in the front end, which is now the cooling tower, so on and so forth. It also spreads out into other parts of the whole building. So it's not just one wing or 2 wings. It's actually about 2.5, 3 wings where it all comes together. It was a long planning process. We had to take a look at life expectancy, pipe runs, so on and so forth, and then when can we do this? Because right now we're in cooling season, so we can't unplug a cooling tower at the moment, nor can we unplug it in the middle of winter because it's also tied in the main heating system. Everything's linked together. So the design is so that we can keep the old system running, insert the new system, and then a very brief turnover from old system, new system, down in the basement of C wing. So new pumps beside the old ones, run a couple of pipes, turn them off, turn these ones on. Pretty simplistic. We hope it all goes that way. But this bid that we got from CNA, they are a mechanical contractor. The other bid we got was a general contractor. So we've, in my discussions with our consultants, we just had way more confidence with a mechanical contractor doing this particular kind of work. That's that.
Any questions?
Jenny?
It's a cooling tower, not an air handling unit?
It is a cooling tower. It's liquid.
And it works in coordination with the air handling unit?
It works in coordination with the heat pumps. It runs cold air into the heat pumps, so on and so forth. Air conditioning is an air system. We're just doing cooling tower. It does plug into some of the air handling units, I'll tell you that. It's quite a complex system, but it's mostly a liquid cooling system. Right now, the existing cooling tower is hidden. You can see it from the back parking lot when you pull into where the staff is. There's a big gray tower in there. That's where the existing cooling tower is right now, and it plugs into everything. Our new ones are more efficient, and it's going to go up on top of C-Wing on the roof, so that we're avoiding where the existing one is, again, so that we can keep the entire system working while we're doing this work.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Allison?
Thank you for the information you've provided. I'm just wondering if you can tell me, is CNA Mechanical local?
They're very much local. They've been in the city for 50, 60 years, I think, something like that. I've worked with them lots in my past life and whatnot. No troubles.
Thank you. I think it's important that we hire local where we can and employ
Absolutely.
in our area for the trade, so thank you.
We were actually quite pleased with both bids that we got. They work with local people, so on and so forth. So either one was acceptable on that kind of level. We're actually glad it's not a Calgary firm or whatever. These people understand this building. Some of them have graduated from LCI, so that's really important.
Thank you. Any other questions? Jenny?
Can I just ask, I respect the decision made of recognizing this as your choice for the tender, but I am curious to know the difference in, you've let us know here that this was the higher of the bid, and I'm wondering if you can tell us the difference roughly.
If you look on, I can't remember what page it is, there's a breakdown. There's 5 different breakdowns that we looked at. Yeah. Oh, okay. There's a breakdown, and CNA gave us a very detailed breakdown. So that's where we gained our confidence from, whereas the first one only gave us a breakdown on the 5th item on that, which left some question as to how they were going to do the job and how it would all work. So again, it is the higher price, but it gave us way more confidence in the bid and the way that it was going to be handled.
Because I have one of the documents in front of me. There's a couple options, but it ranges anywhere between $40,000 difference to $100,000 difference. Okay.
Thanks, Christine.
Any other questions? Jenny?
I think the biggest question is, where does this fit into the budget?
So this is being funded from our capital maintenance and rural grant that we get, as well as the infrastructure maintenance and renewal grant. And so I've been saving actually for a couple of years. So we've got a little bit of build up knowing that this was coming and a couple other needs. And so we have the part of the money from CMR and part of the money from IMR that we'll be paying for that.
I should have asked that question better. Is this cost included in the budget, accounted for already in the budget that we just passed? Or would this be an additional?
No, these items are, the specific items are not within our operating budget. So we had the IMR of 1.5 million, which would be from September to August of next school year. CMR is capital, and so it doesn't actually go into our operating budget. That money we apply for with Alberta Education. We send in a list of projects and then emergent projects, of which this one becomes into an emergent. And most of our CMRs is funding Victoria Park. And so because they increased our funding last year quite a bit more than we anticipated, and it looks like it's holding for next year, we have money to do this, part of this from CMR, as well as I've been saving for a couple of years under IMR, the money sitting there in our IMR bucket right now to pay for that other piece. Yeah.
Also, with this long-range planning and sequential planning, we're spending the money wisely. Big plan. Can we do this? Yes, it fits. We took a little gap to save up some money so that we can now do this part of it. So it's all in a straight line thinking and to cover it all, doing what we have to do.
Thank you. Any other questions? Craig?
Yeah, just Christine Lee. So we still have money to continue Victoria Park also?
Yes, yeah, because Victoria Park is been last couple of years 1.2 million relatively, and then this last year, next year is about this summer's work's about 1.6, and we've been given 1.9, and so again, we've been saving a little bit of that money in order to piece that together. Yeah,
And I appreciate the fact that you went through the two bids, and sometimes, and sometimes people don't understand this, the lowest bid sometimes isn't the best bid. And so I'm glad that the CNA gave a very detailed, which gives you a better opportunity to know the actual cost without worrying about going overboard. So thank you.
It's absolutely our due diligence on this. Thanks, Craig.
Any other questions? Jenny, and then Andrea.
Just recognizing that LCI has been approved for pre-planning, or planning dollars for modernization. Can you speak to the urgency of this needing to be done ahead of the time, or would this be something that could be included in with a modernization? Can you help us understand this in context with that?
We have planning money for LCI. Pre-planning, which is not construction drawings, it's not tender drawings, it's nothing like that. It's just basically figuring out what the big potential is to do at LCI. That project starts here, and it could be years before we get to construction drawings, tenders, so on and so forth, whatever that might look like. We took a risk, and I'll tell you the truth, we took a risk doing the heat pumps and saving our money up to do the cooling tower when we did. We could have lost the cooling tower. Our expert on staff has said every month we waited, we're taking the risk. And now we have the opportunity, and we'll take that risk out of the chain so that we can be assured that when we do the modernization at LCI, that we have covered the building off and it will be comfortable until such time as when we're going to do whole-scale replacement of some things. In fact, we'll probably even save this work when we do modernize because it will be relatively new.
Andrea.
Thank you for being so well planned and for having a plan to have the one system keep working while you put the other one in. I think that's really important. And I would be willing to make the motion if you're ready for that. I move that the board approve the recommendation by consultants Remedy Engineering toward the LCI cooling tower upgrade project to CNA Mechanical Incorporated as per the tendered bid of $1,513,045.89 plus GST.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today, Daniel.
Thank you very much, and they're ready to start. They've been bugging me
Excellent.
to get going, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. You can now start. And this is one of the rare times that your $1.6 million guess on cost is actually correct. So thank you for that.
All right, now we will move back to 11.2, locally developed courses for middle school 2025 to 2026. Morag.
I'm sure this is with bated breath and eager anticipation that we get to do this yearly task of doing our locally developed course approvals. I know it's a bit of a task, but adhering to Alberta education, they require that all locally developed grades 6 to 9 courses be authorized for use by the Board of Trustees. As middle schools and high schools have expanded their educational opportunities for students, it's become necessary to create several locally developed courses to adhere to Alberta Ed policy. Erin Herkett, our Director of Learning, has worked really closely with the secondary schools to develop course outlines and student learning outcomes for each course. Although the courses are categorized by school, it's recommended that the courses be approved for use in all division schools. A full description of all requested courses is attached. I will turn it over to the Board of Trustees to move this process forward.
All right. And expeditious middle school courses can all be approved together in one lump group, whereas the next one, they are individual. So I'm looking, sorry? Okay. So I'm looking for a motion and then we can have discussion if needed. Allison.
I would like to make that motion that the Board of Trustees approve the use of the above locally developed grade 6 to 9 courses in all division middle and high schools from September 1st, 2025 to August 31st, 2029.
Thank you. Any discussion? Christina.
I just wanted to appreciate, I like the memo this year with the new and continuing. I appreciate that a lot. So thank you.
Any other discussion? Craig.
I'll vote in favor of this, but I am getting a little concerned, especially at middle school, that we have all of these optional programs and yet we have crowded classes for our core subjects. And so it's a little bit of a concern that that I have as a person, that we're sort of, I don't know how to put it, but are we putting the same emphasis on our core courses as we're putting on our middle school options? And that's a concern that's been raised by some parents. And so I think it's worth just noting. I will vote for these, but I am a little concerned about getting too many options in these schools. So.
Thank you, Craig. Andrea.
Morag, do you know, as some of these new courses come on the list, are there some, like we see the continuing ones, but are there some that leave the list as well?
They never really leave the list, like we will renew them. Even though they're on the list, it doesn't mean they're all being offered at one school. I do think over the last 8 years, I've seen an increased, robotics, digital communications, games, board game design. Those are all connected to sort of more of that STEM and then technology. And there has been a real uptick in attendance in those courses. So I think there are some shifts and changes in interest for sure. I have not been monitoring whether sewing is still prescribed. I'll be honest, home ec is not existing any longer in the way it used to, right? So I think there's just some definite interest patterns that are shifting.
Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And we'll move on to locally developed courses, high school 25 to 26. Morag.
And this is when the fun and games starts, everybody. So this background, very similar, just in the approval process, other than we do have to list each of the course name and the details. And Carly Campbell, my executive assistant, bless her socks, she has listed all of the motions that you need to be indicating, as well as the dates of expiry. Division high schools have requested the renewal of all current expiring courses as well as the addition of new ones. Again, that doesn't mean that every high school offers all these courses. It just means that we keep it in our database so that we can then provide that course if indeed a high school elects to do so. We ask the Board of Trustees authorize the use of the following locally developed courses in all division high schools to enhance program offerings to students.
All right, excellent. I'm looking for a motion. One at a time.
A question?
Yes.
Just so I understand it better, the academic achievement through English language acquisition is for language as a second language? Is that what I'm understanding?
Or third, fourth, fifth.
Or third or fourth or fifth, but it's not English speaking, native English speaking. Okay, thank you.
Christina.
I can do it. Okay, ready? I move that the board, sorry, where are we? Authorize, okay. I move that the Board of Trustees authorize the use of, the acquisition of? Sorry, how do we read that? That we authorize the acquisition of?
Perhaps read the full recommendation sentence and then we can do them one at a time per note.
Okay. I move that the Board of Trustees authorize the use of the following locally developed courses in all division high schools to enhance program offerings to students for the years indicated below. First motion for the acquisition of academic achievement through English language acquisition beginner 15 LDC 1481 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2029 to enhance program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Further move the acquisition of academic achievement through English language acquisition intermediate 15 LDC 1482 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2029 to enhance program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Further continued use of academic achievement through English language development 35 LDC 3149 for 3 credits until August 31st, 2026 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Continued use of band 15 2535 LDC 1439 LDC 2439 LDC 3439 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2029 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Continued use of chamber ensemble 152535 LDC 1417 LDC 2417 LDC 3417 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2029 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Continued use of choir 15 LDC 1414 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2029 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Continued use of design thinking for innovation 152535 LDC 1131 LDC 2131 LDC 3131 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2029 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Craig?
Yes, could we just let us know what that actual course does, design thinking for innovation? I'm not, just not aware of it, so if we could have some information on it.
I can provide some.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I can provide some for the board.
It was provided by email as well.
Yeah.
By Aaron yesterday. I can just pull it up. Just
Monday at 12:27, we received an email.
2 seconds.
Oh.
Provides an opportunity for students to engage in longer-term, increasingly complex, personally relevant design and innovation and invention projects that require investment and time to design, prototype, iterate, and refine. They're preparing for the ICE scholarship to sweep the awards.
Okay, thank you. I must have missed that email.
Any further discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Further, the continued use of film and media art 152535 LDC 1092 LDC 2092 LDC 3092 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2029 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Further, the continued use of Forensic Studies 2535, LDC 2256, LDC 3256 for 3 credits until August 31st, 2029 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
The continued use of instrumental jazz 152535, LDC 1431, LDC 2431, LDC 3431 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2029 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Tyler?
I just wanted to shout out Christina Larkin for doing such an amazing job in improving locally developed courses. I just thought she might need a breath. But I just wanted to publicly state that. Thank you very much. You're doing a heck of a job. Thank you. That is all.
My fast talking skills come in handy once a year.
The record will show that, Tyler. Thank you. Those in favor? And that's carried.
Further, the acquisition of Leather Technologies 2535, LDC 2911, LDC 3911 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to enhance program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
The continued use of Theory of Knowledge, Higher 2535, LDC 2152, LDC 3152 for 3 credits until August 31st, 2029 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Finally, the continued use of vocal jazz, 152535, LDC 1433, LDC 2433, LDC 3433 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2029 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to 11.4, the draft growth supervision and evaluation policy. Christina.
I didn't plan ahead that I had to keep talking. So before you is the committee report from Policy Advisory Committee. At the prior board meeting, we requested direction and received direction to provide an umbrella sort of policy review of the growth, sorry, I lost my words, growth, supervision, and evaluation policy to encompass all staff members rather than separate staff members. Unfortunately, I was not at the Policy Advisory Committee that day, so thank you to Trustee Steed for supporting that and to admin. There is a policy draft before you. We are looking to just have a general first review to ensure that we are on the right track to make sure that we can add it to the June 2025 board meeting for first reading, so that we can provide direction to the superintendent to ensure the preparation of necessary procedures.
Thank you very much.
Maybe I'll just make the motion and then
yeah,
we'll
please
go from
do.
there.
Thank you.
So I'd like to move that the board direct the presented policy to be added to the June 2025 board meeting for first reading and further direct the superintendent to ensure the preparation of necessary procedures for the September board meeting to accompany second and third readings.
Excellent. Thank you. I will open it up to discussion. And Tyler, your mic is on. Christina.
Just for clarity about where we're going with this, I'm in favor of this going forward as is. I think having the direction our board has wanted to go is guiding through policy in more, in less operational ways. And I believe that this allows the procedures to be more effective for our staff. What we heard in the Policy Advisory Committee was that previous policies that were separated by a staff group, because the nature of policies were unable to be updated in timely fashion and had left staff members basically looking at a policy that was no longer accurate when there was good practices happening for growth evaluation and supervision. And we want to empower our teams to do that.
Thank you. Jenny.
I'll just add to that. Thank you, Christina, for bringing this forward and representing it so well. I'll just add to that the Policy Advisory Committee had the opportunity to work with representatives from each of our stakeholder groups on that committee to go through this, and what you see before you is the version of the policy that has already gone through that process of Policy Advisory Committee sharing their input and representing those voices. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other? Craig.
Just, it's 5 o'clock and I was just wondering if there's anybody online. Point of order. So.
We're just checking. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, Tina's checking. All right, we will continue. Thanks, Craig. Okay. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, the motion is on the floor. Those in favor? And that is carried. Excellent. Thank you. All right, 11.5, the draft trustee code of conduct, third reading. So the memo is before you, and I put forward the motion that the board move to accept the following motion, that the third reading of the draft trustee code of conduct policy be accepted as presented. The second reading of the draft policy was carried at the public meeting, at the April 25th public meeting of the Board of Trustees. And then on May 12th, the board held a policy working day with Brian Callahan. He is the policy consultant that the board has hired to work with us on our our policy framework, and he's been doing work on this policy as well. And so we were able to discuss this policy amongst others and come together as a group and create some amendments to move this draft code of conduct policy to the third reading at today's board meeting. This has been a lot of work, and I would just like to thank everybody for the time and the input that you've put into it. A robust trustee code of conduct is an important document. We govern ourselves. We don't have an employer looking over us. Our employer is the public, but we are called to govern ourselves, and a robust trustee code of conduct allows governors to know the parameters with which they can function well, and the parameters that are acceptable and the parameters that are not. And it just gives us the guardrails to have necessary conversations when needed. And so I will open it up to discussion. Craig.
I think this third draft is a good one because we've created 2 appendix. But the public, when they read through the first part, will know exactly the standard of conduct that's expected. And then with the appendix 1, it allows us to add some general considerations and protocols, which are important, but not necessarily the public wants to read all of that because it gets wordy. And then I like what we've done with Appendix 2, which is the informal complaint process and the formal complaint process. And an understanding that this had to be changed again because of the municipal, I think it's the Municipal Act, that it changed how councilors, school board trustees, mayors, reeves, can't be it can't be evicted from their position, and that it has to be the public or the government. And so 3.3 is important. The board is not required to impose a sanction for any contravention of this code. It gives the board the opportunity to say, yes, you might have done this, but it's not worth penalizing you. And then 3.4 was added that if something goes on a little further, there's consideration on legal fees related to the party. So I'm comfortable with the way it's written now. It's still a wordy document, but our council has indicated that you have to cover your bases, and that's why it's so wordy. And most school boards are changing their policies to include so that there's very little wiggle room as far as legal status. So I'm happy with the way it's worked out, and I just want to commend the board and Brian Callahan for the work that they've done on this. So I'm prepared to support it.
Thank you, Craig. Any other comments? Allison?
So I'll begin with that. I know that there's certainly been lots of work gone into this, and I appreciate the time on May 12th for us to get together and to do some continued work on this. I do see some of the changes certainly in here. I think that it is important that a trustee code of conduct exists and that it's something that is applicable to all trustees, and that the public can have confidence in that that standard is being held for our trustees. So I do think that it is important. I certainly still continue to have my concern in regards to Appendix 2. I know we came to the end of that day with a hard stop of 4:30, and we still went another 10 minutes. And during that time, there was some conversation of us potentially continuing on, as my concerns with the formal complaint process, I don't feel have been addressed in here, with the piece of it being that when we look at implementation of a code of conduct and some of the challenges that exist when you do that, when you don't have a third party for the complaint to go to, there's lots of complications. So I do still remain to have some concerns in regards to this code of conduct. As well, if we're looking at Appendix 2, I think that a simple piece that I just would like to question or query is on Appendix 2, 2.2.3. And the copy that we were working with when we were working on May 12th had the word "no substantial prejudice will result to any person because of the delay," and the word "no" is missing. So I just wanted to confirm that that is a simple addition for the word "no" to remain in there, or if I missed something after leaving at 4:40.
There should be no substantial prejudice, so yes,
Perfect.
thank you.
So I figured that I could get agreement around the room on that one. And then I know that at that point when we just got into this part, I would certainly continue to emphasize the fact that I think that the challenges exist in that when this comes to the board, as a complaint comes forward, I strongly believe it needs to go to a third party. I think that there's lots of complications within this. When we look at pieces of how it will be handled, how those matters happen when it comes to the board chair, and in 2.3.2 it would be added to the next as an agenda item to the next regular meeting. Well, what if that it doesn't make sense timely wise? I get that we're going to have a special meeting, but it again is one single person on the board making a decision of when that what that call might be. When we look at 2.3.1, served on a trustee. So are we legally serving a trustee when a complaint comes in? Do you want me to continue? But I think for me, it certainly is these pieces. Like we left with a hard stop at that time point, and I don't believe that we were done or completed. And I certainly felt that there was still a willingness around the room to have that discussion, and I don't know that we were done at that point. So I have lots of notes with the concerns of what those pieces of this section means when it's a single person as the board chair. When I sat as board chair, it was certainly a complicated task to be in that position when you're looking to hire an investigator. Like, what does that look like if you were to be tasked with these pieces versus if you have a third party person, you have investigator, if you've already predetermined what those pieces are, the complications are removed. So I still remain with lots of concerns with this piece, but I do think it's important to have a good code of conduct and one that can be put into practice.
Thank you very much. Certainly we had conversation around some of those concerns. I know there was conversation around a third-party investigator. I'm just trying to recall the term you used for it in our meeting.
Integrity commissioner.
Thank you, integrity
but we can certainly call it
commissioner.
a third party.
Certainly.
If we don't want to call it a
Certainly,
third party.
and I know in 2.7.2, retaining a third-party investigator to investigate the complaint is one action that it can take, and I believe it's captured in here. I don't know that, I mean, we've had this conversation as a board. It wasn't picked up that the board wanted to permanently retain an integrity commissioner as somebody in that like position. We can certainly reach out to one should the board chair and vice chair feel that that's an appropriate action. I don't know that every cause of complaint is worthy of a third party. Yeah, I will open it up to further conversation. And it was my understanding, my apologies, it was my understanding that as a group that it was known that the intention was to bring it forward this month. And certainly there was no input following that was directed to Brian that I have been communicated to on specific items that weren't spoken to. Jenny.
Sorry, you're wanting us to look at which section, where, can you tell me the number again? That where you read the, oh, there it is, 2.7.2, retaining a third-party investigator. I think that we did have that conversation that, sorry, you called it a commissioner? Integrity commissioner? Oh, thank you. An integrity commissioner is maybe not an appropriate title to use in this document because it refers to, it's a more specific reference to a position, and that's not necessarily something we have access to. And so we did settle on, as far as I understood, retaining a third-party investigator. I think where this may be, what I circled, because I think maybe where this differs from some of our conversation, is that what's represented here as steps to consider are to, these are options. We can either retain a third-party investigator, or we can establish an ad hoc committee of the board. And I think part of the conversation we had that day was, should that committee be, should we be limited to saying that's a committee just of the board? Or, and so that was, from my recollection, some of the conversation we said, should we be this specific in this? Or, and are we comfortable with it perhaps being investigated by the board, or do we want it to just be processed that we get a third-party investigator automatically? And if we are going to keep that option that's in 2.7.1, the ad hoc committee, is that what we want, a committee of the board to investigate it? And then report back to the board, like we investigate ourselves and report back to ourselves, I think is where that conversation went. So I did have question marks around this one because I'm not sure we captured accurately the conversation we had for that.
So would you have a solution for wording?
I was under the understanding that Brian was going to do some research on that and bring us back something to consider. And so there was a couple of things that he was going to have us consider as a board, and that was one of them. He was going to bring us back something to consider. And then I had thought he'd also said that we as a board need to have conversation on another area, but we can get to that after. We can focus on this one.
Okay. Yes, this is the document that Brian sent me to present for this month. And so he came out of that meeting. He took the information, and this is what Mr. Callahan has presented to our board. So certainly if there's solutions to items in here, if there's amendments to be made, we can talk about the wording of it at this time. Tyler.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, who made the motion? I missed that. You did? Okay, perfect. Then I would just ask, rather than, I would ask that we have amendments, like be presented. If you want to change something, present an amendment.
Jenny.
Okay, I have some amendments. Who's ready? Let's go all the way back to the beginning of this thing. Okay, so formatting. We have the introduction. It looks really good. And then we have appendix, which looks like a title and doesn't follow the formatting of any of our other policies. Typically, when you see that, that's a heading, and then whatever that describes is what follows. And so under this formatting, it would appear that what should follow is the appendix itself. And so I think I will propose an amendment that we need a statement that says this policy is supported by the following, and then we can list those appendixes, or we remove this section. I will, can I propose one or the other amendments?
Can I speak to this for a moment?
Yeah.
Brian has said that following approval, he will ensure that the formatting is aligned with the policies that we currently have. So I don't know if you want to give more specific direction to that.
I think when he says that, he's talking about spacing and numbering, I think, when he's talking about formatting, because there's several areas that are spacing and numbering are off. Like number 1 is missing 1.1, 1.2. So there's several things of that. I think this is more of a decision made by the board. Is this the way we want our introduction to read? Would we prefer to remove these and have these be the headings of the appendixes themselves? Could be an amendment I would propose, but right now I'll propose the amendment. Which one do you guys like better? I am going to propose that we amend this to remove this section, the listing both Appendixes 1 and Appendixes 2, and that we move the heading Appendix 1 and the text that follows it, and put it as a heading for Appendix 1 itself, and that we do the same for Appendix 2. Is that clear, what I'm proposing? Move them to the appendixes themselves.
I believe, well, I could see it as a friendly amendment because really the titles are already in the appendix place. So to remove them here, we're removing the duplication. So Jenny, my question to that is, are you wanting, so under Appendix 1, it says attendant attributes of trustee conduct not specifically related to the Education Act. Alberta, do you want that sentence under Appendix 1 in the appendix? Yeah, okay. That makes sense. All right.
I have further amendments.
Is this a substantive change to move? Okay, I will
Typically,
consider this.
when we approve policy, this is what we do. We said, I think that we need to add this amendment to this policy.
Oh, no,
or-
I agree. I'm just making sure we don't have to vote on it, that it's
Oh, I
friendly and
see.
that we can just check it. That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Craig.
So, just so I get it in my mind, Jenny wants to take in the first page of the trustee code of conduct, that appendix 1, general considerations and protocols, and put that at the start of our appendix 1. Is that my understanding? And then the appendix 2, that would be just that sentence? Outlines the process, okay. And then you get rid of those and then it just goes into framework and interpretation?
Yes, so the policy is at the top, the 3 paragraphs, and then it would then be followed by number 1, framework and interpretation. And then the appendix titles and their sentence summary would go at the beginning of
each appendix.
The appropriate appendix.
I can live with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then I'm jumping all the way over, and I'm skipping the formatting because Brian's going to do that, right? Okay. I'm skipping all the way over to 8.2. In the second line there, services, supplies, currently it reads and staff time. I would propose that should read or.
Trustees must not use division resources, including property, equipment, services, supplies, or staff. It says and staff time, and change that to or.
That's what I propose.
All right, I'm looking around the room. Yes, okay. That would be friendly.
Okay, thank you. Can I continue?
Please.
Okay. I'm now in Appendix 1. I'm under number 3 in 3.2. The way that this reads is, so it's a definition for the purposes of this section. Communications means, and I would propose that is not a statement which gives direction, guidance, or regulation, and is in fact just a definition. and should be treated as such when formatting this.
And so what is your solution? What do you, what are you
So when
suggesting that
Brian
looks like, Jenny?
reformats that, that's a definition. There is not, but I mean, it's not. It's odd because it's a definition. It doesn't actually give direction. It just says what includes communication. It doesn't actually give any direction, instruction, regulation, expectation. It just says all it is a definition of what communications is.
Would you?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
So it's 3.2 for the purposes use of social media for the purpose of section 9 for this code of conduct. Trustees shall consider communications to mean like directing trustees to understand communications. If you're trying to make it just format correctly. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. So the adjustment would be for the purposes of section 9 for this code of conduct, trustees shall consider communications to mean.
Yep. That's a good way to do it. Okay.
Sorry? That is friendly, yes. Sorry, I'm writing and I'm highlighting. All right, continue, Jenny.
Just give me a second here. Okay, I'm going to propose just a wording change to 5.3. Right now, I just find the wording a little bit cumbersome. It just says a trustee must not use any division property, equipment, services, or supplies, including email, internet services, or any other electronic communication device if the use could be offensive or inappropriate. I would just say in an inappropriate or offensive, like must not inappropriately or offensively use. To me, it's a little bit cumbersome. If the use could be offensive or inappropriate, I don't know. We can leave it if you want. I just don't love it. 5.3. You love it? I'm judging you for that.
I guess you could say, let's not use any other electronic device.
I'm not in favor of the change.
I don't.
We can leave it.
I don't feel like we need to change this one.
We can leave that one. I'm going to propose the addition of commas to 5.4 surrounding the words as directed in the second line. And
may I ask why?
I think okay, so as a trustee must immediately deliver to division personnel as directed any money book.
Commas.
Commas.
Sorry, in my head I thought quotes. That's why I asked.
Sorry,
why.
commas.
Make sense.
As
yes.
directed.
Okay.
I can't think of the grammatical explanation for that right now, but I know it is.
I understand.
It's an interrupter,
yes,
but I don't know what the real word for
good.
it is.
You're good. Sorry.
Because we've interrupted the sentence to say as directed.
Yes, I agree. That is appropriate grammar.
Personnel as directed.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, sorry, we can vote on that one.
Yep. Yep, that's friendly. Yeah, I'm looking around. Yep.
Okay, can I add commas as well, still in 5.4, but now I'm down to the latter end of it where it says, by virtue of the trustee's office, I will propose a comma, other than a personal record or constituency record, comma, as those terms are used in the freedom.
Okay. Yep, that looks appropriate. And that would be a friendly amendment.
Okay. Just moving down to 6.1, I would propose amending this to remove the words in the second line there and to do so with both. I think they're unnecessary words. And that the sentence is captured.
remove with both? Is that what you're saying?
Remove "and do so" with both. So it just says trustees are expected to represent the public and the interests of the division impartially and objectively.
Trustees are expected to represent the public and the-
And do so with both. Partially and objectively, with both impartial.
I think you either,
If you're using the word impartiality, then you do. I was thinking impartially. I had
You
changed it to
either-
impartially.
yes,
Impartially, but sure. Sure.
get rid of
Sure,
and
we
to
can
do
keep
so
with
and
both.
keep with both.
Sure.
Okay. We are keeping with both. Thank you. Do you have further, Jenny?
I would propose on this one, this one just always is funny to me. Like, for the record, I've never received a gift or anything. This is not one that I feel defensive on. It just is so funny to me that we have like a page and a half on so specific on gifts. But I can understand why it's needed. But what I find a little bit odd in here is I'll propose removing this sentence. I'm still in 6.1. At times, the acceptance of a gift or benefit occurs as part of the social protocol or community events linked to the duties of a trustee and their role in representing the board. To me, that is, it's like we're explaining. And so instead, I think that this holds its purpose and focus more effectively by removing those words, that personal integrity and sound business practices, that we just, acceptance of gifts or benefits should be done, trying to look at what he says here. I just think the next sentence has more effect without that qualifying. I don't know, you guys can tell me what you think. I'll propose removing that sentence.
Craig?
Well, I think it's, this is specific. So if you're attending an event on behalf of the school board, and let's say it's an Indigenous event or another social event, and because they're honoring you or honoring the board, you accept a gift. That's protocol. Now, I know the reason why they brought some of this in is because in the old days, boards would someone would pay for their table at a fundraiser and then expect you to support them. Or you get money to propose something. And so they're just trying to say, okay, there is a standard that if somebody is giving you, according to social protocol, something, you can accept it, but any other thing, no. And that's really why we have to make that distinction.
I just don't think that sentence accomplishes that. It doesn't make that distinction. The rest of the policy does. But this one, I think it's a more impactful statement to say we're supposed to be both impartial and exercise objectivity. And then to say personal integrity and sound business practices require that when you're in these relationships with vendors or contracts or doing business with the division, that it needs to be perceived that you're not showing bias or favoritism toward the giver. So I don't know why we need to explain to the reader of this policy that sometimes we do need to accept gifts. I don't know.
Tyler?
I actually like the sentence in there because it just, like, you could go to a school function and maybe they have school mugs. So you're getting a school mug. Not every trustee got a school mug. Who was there? You did. And it's just a way of saying that these things happen. And so that anyone that reads this understands that trustees don't have to turn down every single gift that comes. Like if you get a pin from, GS Lakey and you've got a Lakey pin that you wear on your suit or something like that, it's okay to take that. It's not so that these things do happen. I think it's important to know that these things can happen and that trustees aren't expected to refuse anything that comes. That's all.
Jenny?
I appreciate that. Then I would propose that it's just maybe in the wrong place because it's in with another idea that is a different idea. The different idea is that if you're accepting, that you're not exercising favoritism or bias when receiving a gift, or that you're not causing the perception of favoritism or bias when receiving gifts from community events and things. And so to me, this is that I would maybe pull it out and make it its own statement. And then maybe start that with number one, the acceptance of a gift. So I would maybe make that statement. Under appropriate circumstances, a trustee may receive a gift. And then give that qualifying, because what we don't have is that sentence that says that it is okay to receive gifts. And so maybe I'm proposing we need to include that in here, that under, where appropriate, trustees may receive gifts.
It doesn't say we can't receive gifts. What this is, and this is its own, as I see it, it's its own section, gifts, benefits, and hospitality. So this is, to me, it's giving clarity on the potential and the potential optic of favoritism through gifts. So it's giving the context that there are times where we do accept gifts from tradition. We do accept gifts as from hospitable school hosts. That's what I'm looking for, or vendors. And so really ensuring that once we receive a gift, I am now not going to show you favoritism because I really liked your mug, right? Like I think it's just giving that, I think it's giving that clarity. There's nothing to say that we shouldn't give a gift. It's the integrity behind the receiving and the giving of the gift and the actions that follow or precurse. That's what this is about. Yeah.
Okay,
So I would to me, I wouldn't change it, this.
Okay, we can leave it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just going to say the same thing, because when you go to ASBA or something, you can get a booklet from Brownlee and Lee. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to say, well, next time we have a legal battle, we have to go to them. We have choices. And so that's one of the things, is that at functions, you might pick up something from them, but it doesn't mean that you're going to support them. The big problem is we need people to understand that, yeah, we'll get a gift once in a while, like a mug or something, but we're going to be transparent about everything. And especially when you're dealing with businesses, that we're not letting them dictate how we vote.
All right, thank you. Are there more?
Yes.
Okay,
so, this was another area where I was under the impression that Brian had wanted us to have conversation and give him feedback, and that's for 6.3.1 with the value, that dollar amount of $250. And so I just asked him for clarity on where the source was and how that number was chosen. And he said, actually, that's something you as a board need to discuss and choose, because that's just a number I arbitrarily put in there. And so I know this is not an amendment, but I'm not sure what amendment to propose, being that we haven't had the conversation to know what that number should say. And if we are, as a board, comfortable with that number, Brian just threw it in there as a placeholder.
At this time, I will turn to our Secretary Treasurer, who has historical context of gifts. Possibly, would there be a recommendation that you would give as an amount that would be appropriate?
Yeah, there used to be 50. That used to be kind of the guideline, 75, 50, 75, but things have evolved. So 250 is not unreasonable. I don't think 250 is enough to sway anybody. So, I think you're okay. If you're comfortable with that, I don't think 250 is, yeah, because things go up, right? So.
Okay. Craig? Okay. Thumbs up. I'm looking around the room. Okay.
I gotta find friends with $250 gifts. Okay.
Never know.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Which brings me to my next question. I will propose an amendment, 6.5. I am going to propose removing it. My question is it necessary?
Yes, it is necessary.
It's very important.
Okay, we'll keep it then. Okay. I'm going to propose, so I'm into the next appendix, 2.3.2. Added as, so this is when a complaint has been received. So sorry, we're on formal complaint process. And so, let's see, upon receipt, so 2.3, upon receipt of a formal complaint, the complaint will be, and then I'm looking at 2.3.2, added as a confidential agenda item to the agenda of the next regular meeting of the board or a special meeting of the board called to consider the complaint. Okay, I guess.
Confidential agenda items.
I guess what I was worried about is that this was limiting us, but really, even if we were meeting for another reason, we would then call a special meeting. So we can, yeah, okay, this one's okay. This okay. Okay, I will propose an amendment to number 2.5 because the statement complaints that is incomplete. All it says is complaints that, colon. Typically, we have a sentence or an idea that is a full idea, and I think
Complaints, as in, I've made a complaint. Complaints that are not about a current trustee or are covered. I don't think there's a.
so, but complaints that are not about a current trustee. And what is the rest of the sentence?
Or are covered. 2.5.2.
So, but the point of this sentence is missing until, like it's, so the point of the sentence is that they are covered by other applicable, sorry, the point of this is that the trustees will be advised in writing about, what statement is this making?
Tyler?
I think you're right in there. I think what you're looking for is the action of complaints. Complaints will be immediately refused and the complainant will be advised in writing if it's not about a current trustee, it's not covered by applicable legislation, a complaint, whatever. It's buried in 252. So what it's kind of doing now is it's saying 2.51 needs to have 2.52. What she's saying is that's not like a logical way to get there. So it should actually be up in complaints. Where did it go? Basically says complaints will be immediately refused and the complaint will be advised in writing with reasons, whatever. If it's not about a current trustee, if it's not covered by applicable legislation appeal. Yeah. So basically just moving some of 252 up into 25.
That would read better.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Because it anchors it in what you want and then it lists after.
Which is typically how this works. We make a statement with an action and then we list the things that fall under that statement. But this one's just complaints that, and that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I like that.
And that's still friendly because it's just moving stuff around.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to wait on 2.7 because I got to think that one through.
Jenny, can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
Can we just, if you're going to do that for 2.5, do that for 2.6 too?
Somebody else has an amendment? Oh, yeah, you're right.
You just have a difference in how you want to format it. So if you want to format it that way, just do it consistently.
Yeah, thank you. So that one is the board may choose not to investigate or may dispose of the complaint if, and then you go through those. And then it lists the circumstances under which that would happen. Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I am going to, what kind of amendment would I propose for this one? I'm looking at the remedial action lists, 3.2.2 and 3.2.4. And I am going to propose the amendment that we retain the words request apology and request an apology and response from the trustee. What I have problem with in this one is the when you force somebody to give an apology, we've been given in the past, we've been given legal advice that you cannot ask for apologies, and you certainly can't publish them because it's an admission of guilt, and we can't ask that of people. And so I have issue with holding that in policy because it goes against legal advice we've received.
Christina?
To me, this has been reviewed by legal. It's an opportunity for someone who wishes to state something to do so. It's not required. I would not consider this a friendly amendment if it stayed on the table, and I would ask we just vote on it so we can move forward.
Okay, in that case, then I will make the the amendment. I don't know if it's friendly or not, but I will make the amendment that we remove.
Sorry, Jenny, are you making a motion?
No, the motion's already on the table. I'm making amendments to the motion, right?
Are you making a motion for an amendment, though?
Oh.
So I'm just clarifying. So you're still wanting to change it. Christina has stated she wouldn't consider it a friendly amendment.
Yes.
So are you then making a motion for this amendment? Is that what you're? Because you said I'm making an amendment, so I just want to make sure that I'm capturing your intent correctly.
Because
that's all.
that it'll go to vote.
Sure.
So I'll just adjust what I suggested to try to capture both, try to honor your perspective on it as well as represent my own thoughts on this. And so in that, previously I stated that I'm referring to both 3.2.2 and 3.2.4. I'm going to refer only to 3.2.4. And so leave 3.2.2. I feel like I can make that compromise because it does include the word request an apology. I'm comfortable with requesting apology. I'm not comfortable with publishing a letter of reprimand or request for an apology. I think that piece has been added since legal has looked at this, and I worry that we leave ourselves exposed to defamation of character or requiring something that is not, that's going to be, that a person might have legal advice give them otherwise. And so I'm going to propose, move that we amend 3.2.4. I want to remove it. I don't want to amend it. I'm going to propose we remove 3.2.4.
Okay, there's a new motion on the table to remove 3.2.4. I will open discussion. I am just looking for, Jenny stated when she was giving the motion that this is an addition that has followed legal. So I'm just looking up the document that Yvonne Prefontaine looked at. But I will open it up for discussion. Tyler.
I'm good with it being in there. It says if the board determines it appropriate to do so. That's the qualifying statement in there. We're not requiring, it's not an always thing. It's not anything. It's just if that's the direction the board chooses to go, that's an option. So I'm good with it as is.
Craig?
I'm willing to listen to everyone on this one. However, I would say that if a trustee does something that the public knows about and we do nothing, then the public will say to us, well, what's the sense of having a code of conduct? And so, and as Tyler says, they may do this. And if it's something serious, a letter of reprimand and a request for an apology, and the trustee's response. So you're saying, here's what you did. We're going to reprimand you. We want you to apologize, and the trustee gets to respond to it. So I can live with that, just because if something's been said publicly and the board and the public knows about it, then you've got to show the public that you're willing to be transparent. And if you don't have something like that, then they go, well, what did you do? Well, we can't tell you. I mean, it's sort of like, well, then you didn't do anything. So I guess I can live with that, because in the end, the trustee doesn't need to respond and the trustee doesn't have to apologize. I mean, we ask him or she, and if they won't want to do it, they don't do it. So, but at least the public knows that there's been something done.
Thank you, Craig. Anyone else? I'm having a hard time finding the document I was trying to find, but I am fine. I would support keeping it in because we're not obligated to. It is an option that the board can do. And I think in all of these things, we also need to move forward with the confidence that the board would be more moving forward in good faith in the action that they choose within the context of the situation at hand. Craig.
And an addendum to that is, on any of these things, I would expect the board to get legal advice on what to do. And if the legal advice says you need to do 3.2.4, well, then the board has their answer. If the legal advice says no, well, then we have our answer too. So, and I think that's important, is we have to follow what the legal advice will give us.
Is that a hand, Allison?
It is. I'm in agreement with it coming out, but if it does stay in, I think that where it says publishing a letter of reprimand or request for apology, should it not say publishing a letter of reprimand or the request for apology? Like, it's, what are we publishing? After the word or doesn't really say that we're publishing the apology and the trustee response. So.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we can deal with the motion of removing, and then if it stays in, we can talk about that amendment. All right, the motion is on the table to remove 3.2.4, publishing a letter of reprimand or request for apology and the trustee's response. Those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, so 3.2.4 stays in. Is defeated. Sorry, thank you.
Can I make a friendly amendment to that? 3.2.4? Yes. If we added the words based upon legal advice, well, on something like that, you would. No, but I mean, just that last one, because I wouldn't, as a board member, I wouldn't vote in favor of publishing a reprimand without legal advice. So I'm wondering how we can get that in there.
All right, Allison, you did speak to an amendment to this. Can you? Sorry? You're good? Okay. Tyler?
we'll bring forward a friendly amendment for Allison's where it belonged in there because it made more sense. So I'm good with the word "the" in there.
Are there any other amendment requests? Jenny?
This is a piece that I feel like is missing, and that we talked about with Brian. And so, I'm going to propose an addition to the policy. I'm not sure where it would go. But I will read it, and then if the board feels that it belongs in the policy, we can find the spot. A trustee found to be making frivolous and vexatious claims against another trustee in a manner that is perceived to be harassing may be subject to remedial action.
I know we've seen it in here.
So I've asked him to address the frivolous and vexing, which he does, and it's, I'll tell you where it is. He does it in 4.3 of the actual policy. But it's not, that's only to staff members, not to other trustees. So what we're missing is that statement that trustees can't treat other trustees that way. So what it says is trustees must not maliciously or falsely injure the professional or ethical reputation or the prospects or practice of any staff member. And that's falling under conduct respecting administration. So it doesn't address that need that we asked for Brian to include.
What section are you in, Jenny? Sorry.
Number 4.
Of the first appendix?
No, sorry, the policy.
Thank you.
So that's conduct respecting administration. So this section addresses how trustees are to conduct themselves with respect to administration. And we are guided that we must not maliciously or falsely injure the professional or ethical reputation. Oh, sorry, you were looking for those exact words. But this captures the same thing. Sorry, I'll find those words for you.
You're under 4.3 in appendix 1.
So we have this in place concerning trustees and administration and staff within the division, but we're missing it for trustees amongst themselves for the treatment between the board. That same requirement of.
But is it?
Oh, sorry, I'll find the other
words. Are you kind of covered under 6.3 in your policy? Trustees must act in a manner that demonstrates fairness, respect for individual differences, and intention to work together for the common good and in inference of the public interest. That talks to you working together.
But that 6.3 is about gifts.
No, I'm in the main policy.
Yeah, I just found that too. 7.1.
Oh.
Jenny, 7.1, under discreditable conduct. Trustees have a duty to treat members of the public, one another, and division staff and students with dignity and respect and without abuse, bullying, or intimidation, and to ensure that their work environment is free from discrimination and harassment.
I guess what I'm looking for is typically most code of conducts have a section about making vexatious and frivolous claims, because if somebody just doesn't like somebody else and they tie up the board with, hey, this is code of conduct breach, this is code of conduct breach, there's usually a mechanism in place to prevent that, or for there to be consequence for that person who's taking opportunity to, anyways. But it's just something it's one of the things I noted when I tried to prepare for this.
Certainly.
Was in most codes of conduct, and that I thought was maybe missing in ours.
Certainly. But I see it as here. Tyler.
In the interest of moving this forward, I under 4.3.3, after any staff member, I think if you put or trustee, you should be fine. Because we're not technically staff members, but we are trustees, and we are still administration. So when we say conduct, because I know you're going to say it's under administration, doesn't belong there. No, we are also administration. So if you put or trustee there, I believe it solves your concern. And it's also, I believe it's also contained in these other areas and everything else. But if you want to have that particular wording and you like it for that, but we don't have it for trustees, I think you put or trustee and you're good.
Yes, in that section, however, it's under administration. I see what you're saying.
I'm looking for something that is specifically about making claims, vexatious and frivolous claims. And when I asked our legal counsel, when we went over this, that was the wording he advised us.
Yep.
That the code should address is frivolous and vexatious claims. And so I can read it again for consideration.
Oh, Craig. And then first, Craig, can I have you?
I move that we continue this meeting out past 6 o'clock.
Thank you. Those in favor? Those against? Not all hands went up.
If you look at 2.6.2, it says there are no grounds or insufficient grounds for conducting an investigation or deemed vexatious. The board may choose not to investigate or may dispose of the complainant in the summary manner. In such event, the complainant and the trustee alleged to have contravened the code of conduct will be advised in writing with reasons. Now, the only other thing that you could add is if a trustee continues to bring forth those kind of claims, then they're breaking the code of conduct. So I don't know where you could put that, but.
That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Yeah. So we could put that somewhere.
So that's in 2.6.
Can I make a recommendation?
Christina?
Add to 2.6.2, if vexatious complaints are deemed to constitute harassment, the board may seek legal action in return. You're right, that was the note we sent to Brian.
Can you repeat that, Christina, slowly?
If vexatious complaints, in Appendix 2, Section 2.6.2, add a further sentence, if vexatious complaints are deemed to constitute harassment, the board may seek legal action in return. That was the note we had from the day, yeah.
So would we add that as 2.6.3?
I would keep it in the same one.
I would keep it in the same one.
Because it's still all about vexation. I don't care either way. I'm okay with it as friendly. It's not my motion, but.
But sorry,
what we
you're
discussed
saying
in the
keep it
title.
under 2.6?
Correct.
Okay.
Does the board consider that a friendly amendment? All right. Are there more amendments? Are there any other amendments to present?
Okay, this is one I just don't know what amendment, how to put it into words. But this section of 2.7 where we are looking at our formal investigation processes, where we can either have an ad hoc committee of the board, or we can seek a third-party investigator. Something that we had asked Brian to include in this was, or we were going to have a conversation as a board, I honestly can't remember which one, is that going to be the person who the complaint is against? Do they have the ability to say they would prefer to be investigated by a third-party investigator? Is something that we had asked Brian, when we met and spent the whole day, we said we would like to include something that allows the recipient, the alleged trustee, the option to have a third-party investigator rather than be investigated by the board.
Why would you ask the person you're investigating how they want to be investigated? That is never done. That is up to the body who needs to conduct investigation to do their due diligence, not to the person who's being investigated. Yeah.
So I think the challenge that could be here is if the majority of a board has intention to, has a shared intention against one other member, then you can make a claim, you can do your own investigation, and you can have your own findings and then deal with that. And so where does that, if that trustee feels that this has been, has not held merit or been just, where do they then turn?
It does say in here, 2.8, investigations be conducted in a fair, timely, and confidential manner, respects the principle of procedural fairness and natural justice. And that is a requirement in all investigations. Obviously, if the person being complained, and I don't know if it is in here, but it doesn't necessarily have to be here, doesn't feel the process has been, that's where they bring in their own legal counsel to complain against the process.
Okay, I'm looking for other amendments. Allison.
So just in saying that if 2.8, they don't feel that it's fair and they can complain against the process, who are they complaining to against the process?
They would consult legal.
Yeah, they would consult their own legal.
You have to go, if it is a situation where an individual trustee feels like they are being targeted or treated unfairly by their board, they would go beyond their board. They would seek legal counsel. They could seek guidance from ASBA. They could seek, right? Like they, yeah. Okay, are there any, oh, Allison, keep going. Jenny, your mic's on.
Pardon? She's what?
Jenny's mic was on.
Oh, okay. So under Appendix 2, 2.12, not to be confused with 2.1.2. So 2.12, those that have read this and feel that this is a good process and that this is all, we can follow this. In this one, when I read it, so the board is going to convene at a closed session with the board, excluding the trustee alleged to have contravened the code of conduct. In the other parts, it talks about that we're going to exclude the trustee that's alleged in the case. And then further down in the last sentence of this, so after the board excluding the alleged trustee, the board is going to make a disposition, and then they're going to let the complainant and the trustee alleged know what that disposition is. But I believe in reading this that we're actually missing in that first sentence that we're also excluding the complainant, because in the second half of this, we're letting the complainant and the trustee alleged know what the decision was that was made, yet the first sentence says that the complainant is actually still part of that closed session meeting. So this paragraph that everybody seems to be okay with this document, to me, that process-wise, I have no idea how those that are in agreement with this document, how you all feel that is accurate.
So I'm looking for suggested amendment of wording. How would you include that change then, Allison? Tyler.
When I read it, I know it's the results of an investigation, but I don't see why the complainant might not necessarily be in that meeting. They're the one that brought forward the complaint and has the information and would be there to have questions, be questioned, all the things. So for me, I don't think you need to exclude the complainant from the start of it, but you would need to, at the end, have your formal findings and present it to the complainant and the alleged. That's how I view that. Because I don't think you necessarily exclude the person or the people or the whoever who brought forward the complaint.
Thank you. I'm looking for further amendments. Tyler. I've asked for a suggestion and I don't.
I was asking for other people's clarity on this, when in other parts of this document it clearly identifies that both the complainant and the trustee alleged would not be part of the process. So when I have concerns with this process, this is one of those pieces that I would have concerns with, that it's not clear, it doesn't clearly align with what the rest of this document states. So I would look to the others that are around the table. Do you interpret it that they're totally fine, even though they're excluded in the rest of the document, both the complainant and the trustee alleged, they're excluded otherwise, but in this part, then they're fine to be a part of. That's, I'm asking a question. I'm not asking to make an amendment.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. I misunderstood. Sorry, Allison.
Sorry, Allison, I'm needing to understand that more clearly. So you're looking at 2.11? Sorry, I didn't raise my
2.12.
hand, sorry. I didn't raise my hand, sorry.
Go ahead, Jenny. Thank you.
You're looking at 2.12? And were you looking at 2.11? 2? So, oh, 2.12, okay. Position. So wait, this says the board will have a closed session excluding the alleged trustee, right? Oh, but then, well, that can't happen because this is in contradiction with itself, because it says, okay, they're going to have a closed meeting. They're going to exclude that trustee, but over in 2.11, it says before they dispose of the complaint, they're first going to give everything to the trustee. But this one says they're going to consider the results and then dispose of the complaint. So how do we get everything to the other trustee who's not in the meeting? They're in contradiction with each other, 211 and 212.
212 is a decision.
Yeah, but look at
211 is information.
Well, 211, so they'll be given the opportunity to respond to the complaint before the board deliberates and disposes of the complaint.
That makes sense.
Oh, I see. And so they're given everything, then the board meets, they deliberate, they dispose. Okay. So the complainant, so what are you saying, Allison, that the trustee who's making the complaint is not in that meeting?
That's what it says earlier in the document. It says that the complainant would not be part.
Where does it
Can
say
you
that?
give the number where that is, Allison?
Oh, here it is, 2.13. A trustee who files a formal complaint under this code of conduct or against whom a formal complaint is made must not participate in conducting the investigation of the complaint.
That's the investigation. Separate.
Oh,
As well as 2.4. 2.4, we're going to exclude the trustee alleged and if applicable, because there may not be a trustee that made the complaint, it could be somebody else. But if applicable, the trustee who filed the complaint would be excluded from that closed session.
That's okay, it's a different determination to me.
That's at the receipt of the formal complaint. That's not at the conclusion.
So at the conclusion, so in the deciding part, so it's the
Allison, I see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying. Would you feel comfortable if we added, and if applicable, like to 212, and if applicable, I'm just trying to find the phraseology. I lost it. And if applicable, the trustee who filed the complaint?
I just think it follows the rest of the process that
If it's
is in
included?
this, right? Like that's, to me,
No,
when
for
I
sure.
read this, I think that this still has so much that is unclear. If a situation occurred, this is unclear. And that one is extremely unclear. So now we're going to have the complainant part of the considering the results of the investigation and the dispose of the complaint when they weren't included in the process previous to that.
And that's what I'm asking. Would you feel comfortable including, and if applicable, the trustee who filed the complaint?
I would think it makes more sense. It aligns more with what's in the rest of the
Certainly.
document.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm asking, if it would make you feel more comfortable with this. Just let me write this down. Yeah. Craig?
I think what's missing in 2.12 is that upon conclusion of the investigation, the board will convene a closed session of the board, including the trustee alleged to have contravened the code of conduct, to respond to the proposed findings and conclusion, and then we'll exclude the trustee to make a final decision. Right here, in the front, just above it says he gets to respond or she gets to respond to the proposed findings and conclusion, but it doesn't say that it's in a meeting. And I think you have to be in a meeting of the board to respond to the allegations, and then you're excluded, that person is excluded, and then the board deliberates on the findings. So I just think you have to add that there is a portion where the trustee that's been alleged gets an opportunity to address the board. And then you exclude that person and have the meeting.
You don't believe that that's captured in 211? Please, yeah, put your mic on.
Sorry. It's not clear, just that if you're responding to the investigator or that person is responding to the board in a meeting, because that is a meeting. And so that I would say that it's a little confusing there, because you need to allow the trustee that's alleged to have contravened the code of conduct to make a case in front of the board. Then they're excluded for the board decision. And I don't know how you just write that up, but the 211 just says they get to respond. Well, it doesn't say to who. Now you could add to respond to the board in a closed meeting, the proposed findings and conclusions. I could live with that in 211.
Okay.
But somewhere along the line, you have to allow that trustee to have an opportunity to address the board, or however they want to do it.
Christina?
I think for me that would not work out. Like, so much of this will be determined by the type of complaint and the advice we are getting along the way, the advice the alleged person is getting along the way. To me, this covers where we're going. Respectfully, Allison, you're obviously not going to vote for this. I don't feel like you're going to make an amendment that is going to make you vote for this, which is fine. That's your choice. I think Jenny's gotten through most of hers. I'd like to call the question. We have a number of items on the agenda. We have worked 4 hours on this. I'm good with it. I'd like to call the question. I'd like to have a vote on the question, please.
Okay, Trustee Larkin has called the question. Those in favor? And those opposed? And that's carried. All right, the motion, I will need to change the word from presented to amended, that the board move to accept the following motion, that the third reading of the draft trustee code of conduct policy be accepted as amended. Those in favor? Oh, yes.
Just a question, if you were accepting those as friendly, do they become amended or?
Sorry, so they were considered friendly, so should this pass, I will hand it off to Brian, and before it gets published, I will ensure that the trustees see it and are able to see the amendments made from today's meeting. Sorry? Yes. Okay. Those in favor?
You made a motion again, so do we get to comment again?
No, it was called the question. Yeah. And those opposed? And that was carried. Thank you. And I would like to remind the board, there is still room for continued work on this policy. Through process, the board is able to pull any policy to work on it. All right, we will move forward to 11.6 assurance plan. Mike.
Yeah, so the assurance plan, just a couple reminders. We have to have it into Alberta Education. I got to remember to send it up to them. That's just reminded myself of that. So just a reminder, this is 2024 to 2027, so it's a 3-year plan, and it's been updated this year. Last year, we did a pretty significant renovation to it, or remodeling of the framework, and this year is more of just tweaking and fixing up and updating and those sorts of things. So yeah, so a couple things just to highlight. Probably the biggest change, a lot of it's just been updated, but under the assurance domains, under local and societal context, we updated that section. That was some of the work we did at the strategic planning, and you can go to page 13 if you'd like, Tina. And so we have 4 new sort of strategic plans or strategic priorities. They're not really new. They're basically just an amalgamation of ones that we had last year. So we have improved Alberta Education Assurance Framework results, some really positive initial data in that area, which is really good. Improved data collection to support student learning. So there's a variety of things in there, but one of the examples that we've been working on this year is report card pilot. Increased kindergarten and grade 1 enrollment. That's something that we've certainly talked about a lot, and it's been an area of focus for the board. And then conduct a review of grades 6 to 9 education in the division.
I thought we were just going to get rid of the word systemic.
Yeah, on page 16, I think we accidentally have it in there, but we took that out this afternoon. We did get rid of it, but one of the systemics slipped through, and so in the official document that goes on the website, it'll be on there. Yes, I caught that one this afternoon, and Garrett and I were like, oh, come on. So yeah, we thought we had them all, but clearly we didn't. So thanks for that, Craig. Yeah, so, and the other thing I think I wanted to, the other thing I wanted to say is thank you to everybody who did all the work. Certainly there was a lot. We spent a lot of time in our strategic planning, working on, some goals and some areas of focus. I think the ones that we have here can really provide some good guidance for operations in the division over the next few years. I think they're dovetailed with things that we're already doing, which I think is good. And there's some new stuff in there as well, particularly the review of grades 6 to 9 education. That really comes looking at the data, listening to stakeholders. And just appreciate all the people at the Ed Center who did work to update all the different sections in here. For our finance department who put together all the finance information while working on the budget. And they're usually the first ones done. So they were really busy when they weren't the first ones done in this, but of course got it done as always. And then Garrett, for putting it together and doing all the formatting and making sure the wording is correct and all those sorts of things that Garrett does as well. So yeah, with that, unless there's questions, it is there for you to review and hopefully approve.
Andrea.
I think it looks terrific, and thank you to Garrett for all those amazing pictures, especially that little airband one of the GS Lakey little boy. No, General Stewart. It's just so cute. It's so cute. I just have one question. Employee demographics and the age breakdown, is that a requirement? Like, I'm finding it super interesting to look at myself, but is that a requirement? Is that kind of ageist? Why is it there?
It's a great question, and I can certainly answer that. It is not a requirement. A few years ago, because we always had a employee demographics section as part of our jurisdiction profile. A few years ago, we got some of this data from ASEBP and thought it would be interesting to include because it does help us a little bit think about our planning, you know, that sort of thing. Or do we have a lot of people getting close to retirement, et cetera, et cetera. But no, it's definitely not a requirement.
That's just my one comment as somebody over 60. It just kind of it's a little hard, but
yeah, to be honest with you,
I'm finding it very entertaining. I took a picture of it so I could go home and study it. But
Tyler.
The one thing it does kind of tell you is where your average wage is, though, too. Because if you have an older demographic working for you, they're probably at the top end of the grids. Whereas if you have younger people, like if you keep getting younger and younger, you have, you know, the wages that you're paying are generally near the lower side of the grid. But apart from that, yeah, I don't know. Just interesting.
Any other comments? I'm looking for a motion. Tyler.
I move that the board approve the 2025-2026 Division Assurance Plan as presented.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Those in favor? Oh, and that's carried. Those opposed? And that's carried. Yes, please.
Sorry, I was just going to make the comment to say thank you and to acknowledge and appreciate the good work in here. So thank you.
Yes, and I echo that, and it's certainly a report that tells the story of our division, and I thank you and your team for all the work and the time that you've put into it. All right, number 12, division highlights. Let's move around and share the highlights that we've had as trustees. Craig, I will start with you today.
School council at Proby and Cobanks. I've been able to watch a little bit of rugby, which includes the Winston Churchill High School boys and girls, LCI boys and girls, and Chinook boys and girls. Attended Edwin Parr and the Indigenous grad and the LCI grad. And I would just like to make a special comment on the LCI grad. I was especially moved by honoring a student that had passed away in April, and also the neurodiverse and physically limited students that came through. And the reception from the grade 12 students was overwhelming. And I think we need to acknowledge that they did a good job. They appreciated those kids. You know that they were well taken care of by the staff. And I told Annette to compliment the staff on that too. But hats off to those students because it was a long night, but they certainly cheered for those people, and it should not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thanks, Craig. Christina.
Just a big thank you to the Tim Hortons franchise owners for selecting us as their recipient this year for the Smile Cookie, and everyone who participated. I know Morag mentioned a number of people, but I also want to shout out Jamie Westland, who's a staff within our division, who was really key in bringing forward this opportunity. She's part of our Poverty Intervention Committee, which is made up of staff and community members. And we were really working hard this year on awareness and fundraising, and she put the work in and built the relationships that we could have this opportunity. So thank you to Jamie and to everyone who decorated cookies. So it was very fun, and I will be better at it in the future. I got better by the end of the week.
Lifelong learning, lifelong learning. Jenny.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments and had a similar moving experience watching the students of LCI celebrate each other and honor each other, and especially honor their classmate who has passed away, and watching that community rally around the family and hoist his younger brother up on their shoulders and walk him around at the Grand March, and to watch that whole visit Lethbridge.ca building stand and applaud when that happened was certainly a moving moment and representative of the community that we see in our schools and we see in our division, and the celebration that happens when we come together and we care for each other. And I certainly felt honored to be there and to witness that, and appreciate the work that's done in our division to get us to that place where there's that level of relationship.
Thank you, Jenny. Andrea.
I attended the Wilson Council meeting, and something they're doing in June that's so interesting is they're having their band concert outside and having food trucks. So wanted to give them a shout out for that. It was such a pleasure to be at the Zone 6 banquet to see our Haley Bedard win the Edwin Parr Award for Zone 6. And I just love how she just held that bell that she got with such reverence. And I thought that was great that she'd take it to school and let all the kids ring it the next day. Indigenous grad was so beautiful. What I love seeing the most is that the grads walk in surrounded by their family. I just think that's such a beautiful touch. And Shawnee Big Bull's little boy said the Blackfoot prayer all by himself in the Blackfoot language. That was so beautiful. And so a big shout out to Joel, Shawnee, Mel, Jean, Marley, and Juliet. They do such a beautiful job of honoring our Indigenous grads. And I too got to attend LCI graduation. It was such a beautiful occasion. It was beautiful to see Annette in her beautiful Blackfoot regalia. Christine, you spoke so beautifully. I had about 12 kindergarten children graduating, and they were so surprised to see me and get selfies with me. And that was it. When you come full circle like that, that's just so fun. It feels like yesterday you were in the little blue grad hat and now you're in this grad hat. So they were just shocked when they ran into me. And again, watching that little boy being hoisted, yeah, can't even talk about it.
Thank you, Andrea. Tyler.
I was able to have another hour and 10 minutes today of trustee code of conduct policy. So there's not a lot left in my brain to even think about anything positive that has happened recently, other than the policy passed. Moving on.
Thanks, Tyler. Allison.
Thank you. So this last feels like crazy when I was writing my list of all the things that we got to participate in and be a part of in the last month since our last board meeting. So being able to be involved with the LCI engagement around the modernization was really great to have all the families that came together and the students that spoke as well. The LCI grad, I would echo what my fellow trustees have said, to be there to celebrate alongside them, their huge achievements, as well as all the struggles for them to get there. This morning I was able to do the Friends of 51 award at Park Meadows. So great as we walk into this next season of the Friends of 51, as well as all our years of service, will be wonderful. I had the opportunity to attend with Nicholas Sharon School while they received the Betty Grigg Award for Inclusive Education, and certainly something that's passionate and in my heart, and I've been to many of those previously, so it was great to hear the grade 5 student that got up to speak about her experience throughout her schooling years at Nicholas Sharon and what that meant to her and her family, and just for her to be able to speak the way she did was phenomenal. So, and the work that they're doing is wonderful. Again, Edwin Parr, to be able to celebrate Haley was great. Throughout the last bit of time, certainly had lots of engagement in regards to budget. So knowing that people feel comfortable to come forward to share what their thoughts are has been wonderful. I was able to do a day with the Smile Cookie campaign, and I think our community coming together to support poverty intervention is amazing. Indigenous grad, I think for me, part that stood out for me was the inclusivity of it, that everybody was included, even if it was in their own way, whether they needed to sit somewhere else, whether they were all participating, whatever they needed to do, they were able to be there, and we were able to celebrate our Indigenous graduates. And then as well, I mentioned earlier, the Intro to the Trades, their completion event. It was great to be able to see our Lethbridge School Division students there and to celebrate them. So thank you.
Thank you, Allison. It's certainly been a full month, and thank you, trustees, for representing the board well in all the spaces that you attended and all the people you came alongside this month. I was able to attend the LCI engagement. It was a really great conversation, dreaming about the future of LCI. I am not a Lethbridgian. I did not grow up here. I did not have Andrea Tuck teach me, Lola Majors teach me. I am not in that cache of people, but it was really good for me to hear, and special for me to hear just the anchor that school is in this community and the history that it has. I was able to attend and speak at the Arts Alive and Well in the Schools at SAG a couple of weeks ago, and if you haven't gone to check out the artwork of K-12 students from all school divisions in Lethbridge, I certainly encourage you to do that. We have some exceptionally gifted students who are sharing their creativity and their hearts with us through art. So go check that out. Indigenous Grad was an incredible celebration. We had over 45 students present that we were able to celebrate there, and they'll be celebrated again at their home high school graduations. LCI Grad was fantastic. A few of you already spoke to that. Edwin Parr, it was a privilege to be there. The education landscape is challenging, but there are some really excellent educators coming up, and they reminded me that our kids are in good hands in the classrooms. I was able to attend Friends of 51 this morning at LCI and present a gift this morning and just celebrate community partnership with our division. And I also attended the Spring Gala at Plaxton, and it was just fun to see all the students performing in that. All right, the rest of our items on our agenda do not have items underneath. And so that concludes the public portion of this discussion. And so I'm looking for a motion to move us into in-camera. Andrea, those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.